Chapter 306. The imperial examinations were the cradle of the Great Zhou's officials. Li Mu guessed that the opposing powers of the Great Zhou wouldn't let go of this opportunity. However, he didn't expect the demon sect to be so brazen. It was a pity that they had gone through so much trouble to open up a path and send the spy to the divine capital, only to lose in an unexpected way. Spies were suspected because they were too handsome. After this matter, it was likely that the several demonic path sects would change their bad habit of judging people by their appearance. The more handsome and beautiful a spy was, the easier it was to arouse suspicion, and the easier it was to be exposed. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a good thing for the imperial court. If the demon sect changed their habit of judging people by their appearance, it would be more difficult for the imperial court to find the spy. The investigation by Cui Ming and the Ministry of Justice made Li Mu realize that the demon sect's infiltration of the Great Zhou court had reached a level where they would stop at nothing. This power that covered the entire ancestral state was like a terrorist organization, stirring up storms in various countries. The Great Zhou seemed powerful, but the imperial court was divided internally by the new party and the old party. Apart from internal troubles, there were also many external troubles. The Ghost Realm and the Demon Nation wanted to leave Yudu and the wilderness, and the Dragon race didn't want to stay in the dark depths of the sea forever. The surrounding countries seemed to be subservient, but they were probably already disloyal behind the scenes. They were happy to see the Great Zhou wither away and collapse. In addition to the demon sect's invasion, this prosperous country was already riddled with holes. The Empress had probably realized this long ago. She didn't want to be the Empress, but she had no choice but to sit in that position. In the entire Great Zhou, she was the only one who could convince everyone to sit in that position. Once she gave up, the new party and the old party would inevitably cause an even greater dispute. When that time came, with internal and external troubles, the Great Zhou's empire might come to an end. She would also become the last empress in the history of the Great Zhou. The empress definitely did not want to become the ruler of a fallen country, so she was facing a dilemma. Li Mu sat at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at the empress, who was watering the flowers in the garden with Xiao Bai. He thought to himself, the pressure of the rise and fall of the country is all on her shoulders. It's not strange that she would develop inner demons or split personalities. He had to pay more attention to the imperial examinations. Only by passing the imperial examinations would he be qualified to share some of the empress's burden. Amidst the tense atmosphere in Chengdu, the first imperial examination in the history of Great Zhou arrived as scheduled. This was also the first time in history that the imperial court had bypassed the 4 academies and had the power to choose officials. The imperial examination system had taken the secretariat more than a month to come up with. The examinees had to complete the 4 subjects within 3 days. Out of the 4 subjects, the first 3 were liberal arts. They were mathematics, criminal law, and policy. The last subject was martial arts, which tested the examinees' cultivation. Among them, the first 3 subjects were the most important. The cultivation level of the martial arts was only used as a reference. Apart from the 36 prefectures, which required officials with profound cultivation, most of the positions in the imperial court did not have any requirements for the official's cultivation level or cultivation level. The questions for the mathematics subject were set by the Ministry of Revenue. The criminal law subject was set by the Ministry of Justice. As for policy, the questions were set by the head of the Secretariat and the 6 officials of the Secretariat. A month ago, the Ministry of Works had built the examination hall in Chengdu at the fastest speed possible. The examination hall could accommodate thousands of examinees. This morning, the first mathematics exam was held. In the examination hall, officials from various departments of the imperial court took turns to invigilate the exam. None of the invigilators' cultivation was lower than the 4th realm. There were many 5th and 6th realm heads of the Secretariat, who personally guarded the examination hall. Under such circumstances, no one could cheat. In a certain room in the examination hall, Li Mu received the mathematics exam paper for the first subject. He had fought hard to make mathematics a compulsory subject and a separate subject. Back then, he had even quarreled with a few officials of the Secretariat because of this. Those officials of the Secretariat thought that mathematics was a side subject, and should not have a separate subject. In the end, Li Mu persuaded them with reason and emotion, and they were finally convinced. This mathematics exam paper was as simple as it could get for Li Mu. The Minister of Revenue had set the questions according to his outline. Although the format and numbers had been changed, the essence was still the same. In terms of mathematics attainments, Li Mu could dominate the Great Zhou. There were a lot of questions in mathematics. Even Li Mu took almost an hour to finish the entire paper. Then he put the paper into a paper bag and sealed it with a fulu. The Minister of Revenue personally set the questions for the first subject of mathematics. During the mathematics exam, he patrolled the examination hall. According to his estimation, out of the thousands of examinees, not many could finish all the questions in 4 hours. However, after only an hour, he saw someone leave the examination hall after handing in their papers. He recognized Li Mu and looked at his back as he left. He said disdainfully, "You're just relying on His Majesty's favor to jump up and down in the imperial court. When faced with a test of real ability, you have to show your true colors." Lu Yi was beside him and asked, "Minister, are you talking about Li Mu?" The Minister of Revenue said, "Who else could it be? My exam paper is difficult for an ordinary person to answer in 4 hours. He left in an hour. I'm afraid he didn't calculate much." Louis shook his head and said, "Minister, do you know who came up with the mathematics exam paper?" The Minister of Revenue asked, "Isn't it your minister?" Louis said, "It's Lord Li." The Minister of Revenue was stunned for a moment. He then asked, "You mean to say that the exam paper I received was written by him? He came up with the mathematics exam paper himself?" Louis nodded and said, "You can understand it that way." The Minister of Revenue frowned and said, "How can that be?" Louis said, "Minister, you don't have to doubt the fairness of the mathematics exam. Lord Li's attainments in mathematics are probably unmatched in the entire Great Zhou. Otherwise, the Secretariat wouldn't have let him write the mathematics exam paper. With Lord Li's ability, he doesn't need to prove himself in the imperial examination." During the month in the Secretariat, Lu Yi and the others had a deep understanding of Li Mu. Other people's impression of him might be that he was a hothead who cursed the heavens and the earth. But the 6 officials of the Secretariat of the Central Secretariat knew very well that Li Mu was not only proficient in mathematics and criminal law, but also often had unique opinions when it came to political affairs. He didn't need to use the imperial examination to prove his ability. This was because the imperial examination used his ability as a blueprint to select talents. The imperial examination lasted for 3 days. The first day tested mathematics in the morning, criminal law in the afternoon, policy on the second day, and cultivation on the last day. Mathematics was very simple for Li Mu. However, the criminal law exam was different. Criminal law was one of the 4 subjects of the imperial examination. It was extremely important. After receiving the exam paper, Li Mu knew that the person who came up with the questions was something. There wasn't a single question in the entire exam paper that tested the original text of the law of the Great Zhou. All of the questions on criminal law were based on case studies. Moreover, they weren't simple cases. The cases involved were often more complicated. Sometimes there would be discussions on law and morality. Li Mu often had to think for a long time before he could write down many of the questions. When he was leaving after the exam, Li Mu happened to meet the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked him a question. According to the director of the Ministry of Justice, the questions on criminal law were set by the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong. This was the same as Li Mu's guess. Only he could come up with such strange questions. The policy questions on the second day were much simpler for him. This subject was about how to govern a country. The students of the 3 great academies were very good at this. The policy questions were set by the Secretariat. During that month, Li Mu and the 6 officials of the Secretariat discussed it countless times. Other than the criminal law exam, the other 2 subjects were basically the same as the questions that Li Mu came up with and answered by himself. In the future, if he was short on money, he could write a few sets of mock exam papers and set up a pre-imperial examination class. Those who were qualified to receive education and could participate in the imperial examination were mostly rich people. A few sets of exam papers would allow him to make a lot of money. This was much faster than opening a shop. It was a completely cost-free business. Chapter 307. After careful consideration, Li Mu dismissed the idea of starting a pre-examination class. The imperial examination was a channel for the imperial court to select officials. It was a very serious matter. If he really did that, he would be looking down on the imperial court. If a cultivator wanted money, it was very simple. They could draw a few fulu and sell them to mortals. They would be able to obtain countless gold and silver items. The 3 examinations from 2 days ago had been completed. From now on, the fate of all the examinees in the imperial examination was decided. The results of the 3 examinations would determine whether or not they could pass the imperial examination. As for the combat examination, it would not affect the final results of the imperial examination. The combat examination was a separate subject. Those who performed well in the combat examination would receive more attention from the imperial court. They would have more opportunities to hold important positions in the imperial court in the future. For the last question, Li Mu did not hand in his paper early. Instead, he waited for Li Si to come out after the gong sounded. Seeing Li Si come out, Li Mu walked over and asked, "How was it?" Li Si said, "There are a few questions that I don't know how to answer, but it's not a big problem." After saying that, he looked at Li Mu strangely and asked, "You really didn't come up with the imperial examination questions?" Out of the 3 questions, he felt that the only difficult one was the criminal law. The laws that he memorized were almost useless. Fortunately, he had many years of experience as a constable in Yangqiu County. Even if he had never solved a case, he had seen Lord Zhang solve a lot of cases. Moreover, the law was used to maintain social justice. There were many questions that did not need to follow the law. A normal person could make the correct judgment based on their intuition. As for the mathematics and policy questions, other than a few, he could easily answer most of the questions. It was not because he was proficient in these 2 questions, but because these questions were all in the key points that Li Mu had highlighted for him. He could not help but suspect that Li Mu was the one who came up with the imperial examination questions. Li Si was not a big problem, so Li Mu did not need to worry about him. For Li Si, it was enough as long as he did not fail the rankings. With his cultivation, he would at least be able to obtain an evaluation of B in the martial examination tomorrow. His future development would even be above that of his father-in-law. The combat examination wasn't a competition between examinees. Instead, the examiners would assess the students' abilities based on their performance. The results of the combat examination from top to bottom were divided into a B, C and it. Each grade was further divided into 3 subgrades. At noon on the 3rd day, all the examinees gathered at the examination grounds. The examinees who had never cultivated before did not need to participate in the combat examination. They could just watch from the sidelines. There were thousands of examinees in the imperial examination this time, and there seemed to be close to 1,000 cultivators. The combat examination was held by the Ministry of War. Among the 3 provinces and 6 departments of the imperial court, the Ministry of War was a very special department. Since the establishment of the Great Zhou, the purpose of the Ministry of War's existence was to defend against foreign invasions. They rarely participated in ordinary national affairs. All the generals of the Great Zhou were under the command of the Ministry of War. They led troops to guard the borders of the Great Zhou, guarding against the Ghost Realm and Yao Nation. They usually did not leave easily. The reform of the imperial examination this time had a great impact on the other 3 academies. However, it did not affect White Deer Academy much. White Deer Academy nurtured talented generals. After the students of White Deer Academy left the academy, they would go to guard the borders instead of staying in the divine capital. Naturally, they would not form factions in the imperial court. The officials of the Ministry of War all had deep cultivations. The Minister of War was the Dean of White Deer Academy. He was also the only 7th-level expert among the officials of the imperial court. The 2 assistant ministers were both 6th-level cultivators. The few directors of the Ministry of War were 5th-level cultivators. Even the small minister counselor was at the peak of the 4th level. The one in charge of the combat examination this time was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. The 1,000 examinees with cultivation were divided into 10 groups. Each group had about 100 people. There would be 2 examiners in each group. They would evaluate the overall strength of the examinees and give the final results. The Ministry of War nurtured talented generals and placed great emphasis on the actual combat ability of the examinees. The method of the combat examination was also very simple. Without using fulu or dharma treasures, the examinees had to rely on their own cultivation to attack the examiners. The longer they could last against the examiners, the higher the result they would receive. On the drill ground, one of the examiners in Limu's group pointed at the examinee at the front of the group and said, "You come out. Choose a weapon and attack me with all your strength." That examinee looked refined. He was only in the soul refinement realm. Moreover, he looked like he had just refined 2 or 3 souls. He picked a sword from the weapon rack at the side and swung it straight at the examiner. Bang! Just as he got close to the examiner, the sword in his hand was kicked away. He stood there blankly. The examiner glanced at him and said indifferently, "Your Majesty ding." Beside the drill ground, a clerk recorded the examinee's result. The examiner shook his head in disappointment. He looked at the next examinee and said, "You come out." The second examinee had already refined 5 souls. It was clear that he had learned the rock leap technique. His footwork and figure seemed to have some kind of routine. He managed to last a few more moves against the examiner. After sending him flying with a kick, the examiner said calmly, "Your Majesty ding next. Your Majesty ding next. Your Majesty ding continue." Limu stood in the crowd and watched the examinees in front of him take the tests one by one. Their results had a lot to do with their cultivation. Generally speaking, if they were in the soul refinement realm, they would be classified as grade D. As for whether they were grade D, or grade D, it would depend on their performance in the test. In the combat test, they could use their own dharma spells and abhijna, but they could not rely on fulu dharma treasures or other external objects. Limu could tell that the Ministry of War was very concerned about the examinees' actual combat ability. Even if they were only in the soul refinement realm, if they were able to last a few more moves against the examiner, they might be evaluated as grade C. If they were in the soul condensation realm, but only had dharmic powers and were defeated in 1 or 2 moves, they would only be given grade D. The examiner did not bully the examinees. When he encountered soul refinement realm examinees, he would only use the dharmic powers of the soul refinement realm. When he encountered soul condensation realm and spirit condensation realm examinees, he would raise his dharmic powers to maintain the same level as the examinees. However, the difference between cultivators of the same realm could sometimes be so great that it was unimaginable. This examiner was very experienced in actual combat. Even if they were of the same cultivation level, he could easily crush these examinees. This must have been trained from hundreds of battles. From the murderous aura emanating from his body, it was not hard to guess that he had been on a real battlefield before. Be it soul refinement realm or spirit condensation realm examinees, they were powerless against him. As for transcendent realm examinees, Limu had not seen them in this group yet. This kind of crushing battle started and ended quickly. Soon it was Limu's turn. The examiner looked at Limu and asked, "What's your name?" Limu walked out and said Limu. If there was no important matter, officials of the Ministry of War would not attend court. Only now did the examiner know that the person in front of him was Limu, the one who had been causing chaos in the fairies' capital recently. This person's cultivation level had clearly reached the middle realm. The examiner suppressed his dharmic powers to the 4th realm and said, "Choose a weapon." Limu said, "I'm used to using my fists." The examiner did not waste any more words. He said calmly, "Then let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Limu's figure disappeared. Bang! He punched out and the 2 fists collided. Both of them took a few steps back. The examiner's expression changed. He had thought that Limu, as a favored official of His Majesty, whose cultivation level had been forcefully raised by His Majesty, was just for show. However, this punch made him realize that the dharmic powers in his body were solid and deep. In other words, he truly had the strength of the fourth realm. The examiner laughed loudly. Finally, I've met an interesting one. With that, he took the initiative to attack Li Mu. Seeing that the examiner had no intention of using his divine powers, Li Mu was too lazy to use them. He fought barehanded with the examiner. This person was indeed experienced in battle, but Li Mu's fighting formula was not to be trifled with. The examiner used his consciousness and experience to fight, while Li Mu used Taoist techniques to drive his body's instincts. Bang! 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 Dust flew up from the drill ground. Neither of them used any divine powers. They fought purely with their physical bodies. The more the examiner fought with Li Mu, the more shocked he became. From the beginning, he had been searching for Li Mu's weakness, but until now he had not been able to find it. Li Mu's battle experience was not at all inferior to his. In fact, he was even more experienced than him. As long as he revealed the slightest weakness, he would pursue and attack relentlessly. Gradually, as an examiner, he was actually at a disadvantage. The examiner was shocked. The surrounding examinees all stared with their eyes wide open. Especially the examiner, who had just been completely defeated by the examiner. He knew very well how terrifying the examiner was. However, such a terrifying existence was actually being suppressed by someone, and could only passively defend. At the side of the field, another examiner watched for a while. He laughed loudly and said, "Examiner, let me help you." With that, he flew into the fray. Fighting 1 against 2, one of them was already in the divine powers realm, while the other had suppressed his strength to the divine powers realm. The pressure should have increased greatly. However, to Li Mu there was not much of a difference. Under the effects of Tao techniques, his body was completely relying on instinct. With one more person, the only difference was that the speed at which his mana was depleted would be faster. Seeing that the two examiners had attacked at the same time, and could only barely salvage the situation, not only were the surrounding examinees shocked, even the examiners from the other two groups not far away had gathered around. Who is this person? How can he be so fierce? Fighting 1 against 2, and still have the upper hand. There are no flaws in his body. He must have extremely rich battle experience. The fierce generals in the army are only SOSO. If he was at the border, he would definitely be a fierce general. On the drill ground, besides the officials from the Ministry of War, officials from the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments, Imperial Clan Court, and the Hall of Governmental Affairs were also swiftly supervising. The commotion here very quickly attracted the attention of the officials. When Louis walked over and saw that Li Mu was suppressing the two officials from the Ministry of War, he almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. In his heart, Li Mu had always been a civil official. He was skilled in mathematics and was proficient in criminal law. The path of policy and inquiry was his forte. He had taken most of the credit for the establishment of the imperial examination system. In the Hall of Governmental Affairs, he had chatted and laughed with his subordinates. He had looked extremely refined. Looking at this moment, the two officials from the Ministry of War, fierce generals who had killed countless enemies on the battlefield, were actually unable to retaliate in the slightest under his hands. One could not help but wonder who was the examiner in this competition. In a place further away, an official from the Ministry of War glanced over and said to another examiner beside him, "If this continues, how long will the examination take? Why don't we also learn from them and test two people at once?" The other official nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly paused and said in shock, "That's not right." The two people being suppressed and beaten seemed to be Director Chun and Minister Counselor Ma. Chapter 308. The two officials from the Ministry of War stared blankly in that direction, suspecting that they were hallucinating. The Ministry of War was different from the other 5 ministries. The officials from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Rights, and other ministries did not have any requirements for cultivation. But the officials of the Ministry of War, from the manager to the assistant minister and minister, were all famous generals who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their cultivation was not necessarily very high, but their battle experience was not lacking. On the battlefield, Fulu would be used up and Dharma treasures would be destroyed. The only thing that could be relied on was one's own body. These generals who had retired from the battlefield all had rich experience in close combat. In a true battle of life and death, they could crush those of the same level. But now, 2 examiners from the Ministry of War were actually at a disadvantage against one examinee. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that other than suppressing their cultivation to the early 4th level, Director Chen and Minister Counselor Ma did not hold back in any other aspects. Dao techniques consumed less dermic powers than Abhijna's. However, it was not beneficial for Li Mu to maintain it for a long time. Although these 2 officials from the Ministry of War had suppressed their cultivation, their mana was much thicker than Li Mu's. Li Mu did not want to continue. He slapped one of the examiners on the chest and kicked the other examiner in the waist. The 2 of them retreated a few steps before stabilizing themselves. The 2 of them were about to advance again when Li Mu stopped. He looked at them and asked, "Is it done?" The 2 of them paused and looked at each other. They smiled bitterly and said, "It's done." After the short battle just now, the 2 of them were very clear that if they only suppressed their cultivation to the same level as Li Mu, they would not be his match even if they worked together. From the last blow that he forced the 2 of them back, he probably still held back in the battle just now. The director from the Ministry of War looked at the official at the side of the field and said, "Li Mu, results of the combat examination, A+. A+ was the highest result in the combat examination, and also the highest evaluation they gave Li Mu. Under the influence of the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master, Li Mu pursued the principle of keeping a low profile when it came to his own strength. In the past few months, he had almost never revealed his strength. But this time was different. It was not that he had to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the martial trial, but because he was participating in the imperial examination this time, not only for himself, but also for the Empress. Only if his performance was eye-catching enough, the officials in the court, including the people of the world, would not think that the Empress favored a mediocre person who had no good points other than being handsome. He wanted to prove to the court officials and the world that the Empress was not obsessed with his looks. After a short interlude, the combat test continued. After seeing how the 2 examiners had been defeated by Li Mu, the remaining examinees felt less fearful of them. Perhaps it was just that those people before Li Mu were too weak. Although they were not as good as Li Mu, they would not be ravaged too badly. Then they experienced the cruelty of reality. Perhaps it was because the 2 examiners were depressed after losing to the examinees, but they did not show any mercy to the following examinees. Even if they suppressed their cultivation to the same level as the examinees, not a single examinee could last more than 10 moves from them. In a group of 100 examinees, there was only 1 A+, a dozen B+, and the rest were C+ and D grades. The examination of the other 9 groups also ended very quickly. Among the 1,000 examinees, including Li Mu, 12 examinees obtained A+ results. Among these 12 examinees, 6 A+, 2 A+, and 4 A+. The other 3 examinees who obtained A+ also defeated the examiners in their group. This made Li Mu pay more attention to the other 3 examinees. Those who could defeat the examiners of the Ministry of War with their own strength, without using Fulu or Dharma treasures, were not to be trifled with. They were all at the 4th realm, and if they were not restrained, their true strength would be above the 4th realm. However, Li Mu did not recognize these 3 examinees. He walked to Lu Yi and asked, "Lord Lu, do you know the identities of these 3 examinees?" Lu Yi looked in the direction Li Mu was pointing and said, "The 2 young men are called Zhou Zheng and Zhou Feng. They are the sons of the Minister of War, and the last one is the Crown Prince of the South." Zhou Zheng, Zhou Feng. Li Mu couldn't help but look at the 2 young men a few more times. They were the sons of the minister and the younger brother of the Empress. If the Zhou family could continue to be part of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, one of them would be the future emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Similarly, if the Xiao family regained power, the Crown Prince of the South would be one of the successors to the throne. Although the former emperor had many concubines, he only had 1 son with the Empress and 1 daughter with the imperial noble consort. They were the deceased Crown Prince and the current Princess Yunyang. It was said that this was because something went wrong with his cultivation in his early years, and he was devoured by the world and lost his fertility. Even in this world, infertility was a problem for many people. As such, according to the rules of the past, if the emperor did not have a son, he would have to choose one from the next generation of the imperial family. In principle, all the crown princes had a chance. In short, these three were the true sons of the great Zhou's top nobles. They were the true crown princes, and were not on the same level as the foppish sons Li Mu had met before. Li Mu looked at the three and could not help but sigh. So that's how it is. No wonder their strength is so abnormal. Louis glanced at him, but did not dare to say anything. Zhou Zheng, Zhou Feng, and the crown prince of the south were powerful, but they had only defeated one examiner, and it was a narrow victory. Compared to them, the person who had single-handedly suppressed the two examiners and beaten them up was more deserving of this title. Not only that, but the Zhou brothers and the crown prince of Prince Nan were already nearing their 30s. On the other hand, Li Mu was probably not even 20 yet. Not only was he good-looking, he was also well-versed in both the pen and the sword. Even the brightest pearls of the Zhou family and the Xiao family paled in comparison to him. If Li Mu were a son of the Xiao clan or the Zhou clan, he would definitely bring unparalleled pressure to the other clan. The martial trial was a supplement to the written trial. It was graded according to a B.C. annid for the imperial court's reference. It would not give a specific ranking to everyone, but it would determine the top 3 foot A's. This was the ranking for Li Mu, the Zhou brothers, and the crown prince of the south. After a discussion, the officials of the Ministry of War listed the rankings. Li Mu was first in this martial trial, Zhou Zheng was second, then the crown prince of the south, and Zhou Feng was last. Zhou Feng was not satisfied with this result. He frowned and asked, "The 4 of us are all A's, so why is this person first?" Although Zhou Zheng and the crown prince of the south did not speak, they clearly had the same idea as Zhou Feng. The Minister of War said, "Li Mu's martial attainment far surpasses that of the other candidates. The 3 of you are A's because you have the strength of A's. He is A's because the highest result in the martial trial is A's." Zhou Feng shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that your words will not convince the public." The Minister of War thought for a moment and said, "If you are not convinced, you can try." Zhou Feng waved his hand, and a wooden sword flew into his hand. He pointed the wooden sword at Li Mu and said, "Choose a weapon. Let me see the strength of your first place in the martial trial." Li Mu said, "I don't use a weapon." Zhou Feng glanced at him and said, "I won't hold back just because you don't use a weapon." As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into an afterimage. The wooden sword cut through the air, making a sound like tearing silk as it headed straight for Li Mu. Li Mu leaned to the side and stretched out his hand. He used 2 fingers of his right hand to pinch the blade of his sword. His left hand formed a sword finger and pointed at his throat. Although it was only a finger, if he circulated his mana or used a sword technique, these 2 fingers could easily pierce through his throat. Of course, Zhou Feng must have some life-saving means on him. However, this was the martial trial. It was a test of martial arts. One could only rely on one's own strength and not external objects. Zhou Feng's challenge to Li Mu was defeated in one move. The Minister of War looked at Zhou Feng and asked, "Are you convinced?" Zhou Feng put down his sword and said, "I'm convinced." The Minister of War looked at Zhou Zheng and the Crown Prince of the South and asked, "What about the 2 of you?" Zhou Zheng said, "First place in the martial trial. He deserves it." The Crown Prince of the South shook his head and said, "In terms of martial arts, I'm not his match." The Minister of War added, "If the Crown Prince is dissatisfied with your ranking, you can also challenge young Master Zhou Zheng." The Crown Prince of the South said, "There's no need. I'm not his match either." In this way, no one objected to the ranking of the 4 people. In this imperial examination, the results of the academic trial had not been released. The first place in the martial trial had already been announced. The Crown Prince of the South looked at Li Mu's back and said, "I lost to him in the martial trial. I can only wait for the academic trial to regain my face." As a descendant of the Xiao royal family, he had countless resources piled up since he was young. The teacher who taught him martial arts was also a famous general who had been through hundreds of battles. For him to lose to such an unknown person in the martial arts examination was indeed a loss of face. The academic trial was different from the martial trial. As a descendant of the royal family, and a descendant of the royal family who was being nurtured as the future emperor, his strength was in politics. He was also proficient in mathematics and criminal law. Other than the Zhou brothers, he could ignore anyone else. Lu Yi, who was passing by, heard his words and shook her head slightly. They still had hope of defeating Li Mu in the martial trial. However, they had no chance in the academic trial. This imperial examination was actually unfair to them. They thought that Li Mu was an examinee like them, but in fact, they were examinees and Li Mu was the examiner. Reality was often so cruel. Chapter 309. The combat examination had ended, and so had the first imperial examination of the imperial court. What the examinees needed to do next was to wait for the results of the written examination. Li Mu was about to leave the drill ground when a voice came from behind him. "Martial scholar, please wait." Li Mu turned around and followed the source of the voice. He saw a figure walking towards him. That person had a tall stature and a square face. As he slowly walked over, an extremely strong oppressive feeling also came rushing over. All the examinees knew this person. He was the chief examiner of this examination, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, and also a cultivator of the Sixth Realm. Li Mu clasped his fists and asked, "Is there anything else, Lord Assistant Minister?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of War smiled and said, "I have left the army for many years. It has been many years since I've seen such an exciting battle of the martial way. I'm excited by the prospect and can't help but want to spar with the martial scholar." Li Mu looked at him in shock. No matter how confident he was in himself, he was not arrogant enough to challenge the Dongxian. As if reading his thoughts, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War added, "Rest assured, martial scholar. We will not use spells or supernatural powers. We will only spar with martial arts. We will not go overboard." Since it was like this, Li Mu couldn't refuse anymore. He nodded and pointed at the drill ground beside him. "Please." On the drill ground, the examinees and the examinees were about to leave when they suddenly stopped. On the drill ground, two figures were engaged in close combat. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. At first, the official of the Ministry of War thought that someone was fighting on the drill ground. When he got closer, he realized that it was the assistant minister and the martial scholar, Li Mu. Soon after, many people's faces were filled with extreme shock. Who was the assistant minister? Before he became the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, he was a famous general in the Great Zhou. He had killed countless cultivators of the Yao Kingdom on the battlefield. In terms of martial arts, there were not many people in the Great Zhou who could beat him. A young man who was not even 20 years old was actually on par with him in martial arts. One had to know that martial arts and spells were different. As long as one had enough mana, they could learn spells and spells. However, without experiencing life and death battles, without a lot of battle experience, it was very difficult to make any progress in martial arts. He was so young, but his attainments in martial arts were so profound. It was simply inconceivable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. The Zhou brothers and Prince Nan's crown prince watched from afar with fear on their faces. They had stayed in the academy for 2 years, and had heard of Li Mu's name, especially the Zhou brothers. Because of Zhou Chu's death, Li Mu and the Zhou family had an irreconcilable blood feud. However, this did not mean that they would take Li Mu seriously. Everything that he had done was merely because he had the support of the Empress. If it had been anyone else, the result would have been the same. However, today's combat examination had greatly shocked them. They had been trained as the crown prince. A qualified crown prince had to be able to rule the country and maintain order in martial arts. In terms of cultivation, they were confident that they could compete with any genius in the world, including the core disciples of the 4 sects and 6 schools. Only this Li Mu had shattered their confidence. Zhou Feng took a deep breath and said, "Martial arts cannot represent all one's strength. When cultivators fight, Fulu and magic weapons are the key to victory." Although this was somewhat self-comforting, it was also the truth. A low-level cultivator using a high-level fulu to instantly kill a mid-level cultivator was not uncommon in the cultivation world. In most cases, when cultivators fought, it was still based on who had more fulu, better pills, and stronger magic weapons. Other than on the battlefield, martial arts did not have much use. Such a person could be a good general, but no matter how powerful a general was, he was still just a subject. After being shocked, Zhou Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Mu's surname was Li, and not Xiao. Otherwise, many people in the Zhou clan would not be able to sleep because of him. The Crown Prince of the South also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Li Mu was not a member of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, he would have become the greatest obstacle to the Xiao clan regaining the throne. On the drill ground, Li Mu and the assistant minister of the Ministry of War had been in a stalemate for 15 minutes. In the past quarter of an hour, Li Mu finally realized what a real powerhouse was. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War was extremely experienced in battle. After 100 moves, Li Mu still had not found a flaw. This kind of person's comprehension of martial arts had probably reached an extremely profound level. Across from Li Mu, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War's gaze grew more and more shocked. Li Mu had not found a flaw, and he had also not found a flaw in Li Mu's. His martial arts experience had been honed through countless life and death situations, and thousands of battles. No matter how talented a young man was, it was impossible for him to achieve this. The only possibility was that he had completely inherited the martial arts attainments of a martial arts expert. In the martial examination, other than fulu and magic treasures, Taoist techniques and abhijna were all allowed. Even if he had completely inherited the martial arts attainments of a martial arts expert, it was still within the limits of the martial examination. After a few more moves, more and more people had gathered. Li Mu could not defeat the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, but the assistant minister of the Ministry of War also could not defeat him. He took the initiative to retreat and said, "Why don't we call it a day?" The left assistant minister of the Ministry of War nodded, and then asked, "The martial arts scholar's attainments in martial arts are no weaker than a fierce general who has been through hundreds of battles. It is truly rare among the younger generation. Who is his master?" Li Mu replied, "My master's Taoist name is Laozi." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War thought for a while, and shook his head. "I am ignorant and have never heard of him." Li Mu smiled and said, "Master is like a wild crane in the clouds, pursuing the supreme Tao wholeheartedly. Not many people in the world know his name." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War did not pursue this question and said, "What plans does the martial arts scholar have after the examination?" Li Mu said, "I don't have any plans for now. I will follow your Majesty's arrangements." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War sized him up and said, "I can see that the psyche power in the martial arts scholar is not inferior to that of an old official who has been in the court for decades. With such attainments in martial arts, if he were to become a general, he would definitely be a valiant general." After all this time, it turned out that the assistant minister of the Ministry of War wanted to poach the empress. Li Mu could not refuse directly and said politely, "Let's talk about it in the future." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War did not force him. He glanced at him and asked, "The psyche power in the martial arts scholar is dense but very messy. Do you not know how to control psyche?" Li Mu froze and asked, "What psyche control?" The assistant minister of the Ministry of War saw that he really did not know, but he did not directly explain. He said, "You will know when you experience it for yourself." As he spoke, Li Mu suddenly sensed an invisible aura emanating from the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Under this aura, Li Mu couldn't help but take several steps back, shock on his face. Just now, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War had erupted with a powerful psyche power that made Li Mu think of Vice Principal Huang. That day in the Crepe Myrtle Palace, he had used this move to almost heavily injure Li Mu. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War explained, "This is the psyche power that this official obtained from countless soldiers. Psyche power is a mysterious power. Its use is not only to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, but also to condense psyche into energy and form an attack." Li Mu clasped his fist and said, "Assistant Minister, Please enlighten me. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a satisfying battle of the martial way. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War admired Li Mu. This psyche control technique was not a secret. His lips moved slightly as he whispered a few words to Li Mu. Psyche power cultivation was an unorthodox method. Li Mu knew how to use psyche power to speed up cultivation, but he had never heard of using psyche power to attack. Psyche control was actually a kind of magical power. After hearing the assistant minister's message, Li Mu formed a seal with both hands and channeled his mana. With himself as the center, he released his psyche power. Around the drill ground, the onlookers all felt a kind of pressure pressing against their faces. A few officials from the Ministry of War were fine. Their bodies only trembled a little before they stabilized themselves. Most of the examinees around them took several steps back. A few of the weaker ones even fainted. The examinees looked at Li Mu with shock and fear in their eyes. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War sent some spiritual energy to the unconscious examinees and woke them up. Then he said to Li Mu, "This is your first time using psyche control. You can't control it yet. With more practice, you will be able to control it freely in a few months." Li Mu had already experienced this wonderful use of psyche power. He clasped his fist and said to the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, "Thank you, assistant minister." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War waved his hand and said to the crowd, "The martial arts examination has ended. You can all leave now. In 3 days, outside the examination hall, the results of the written examination will be announced." This time, the written examination took 2 days, but the combat examination only took half a day. Unlike the written examination, the results of the combat examination were announced on the same day. The first imperial examination of the imperial court was already the center of attention. After the combat examination ended, the news quickly spread throughout the fairy's capital. Before the combat examination, people had already guessed who would be the top scorer of the combat examination. The brothers Zhou Zheng and Zhou Feng were the sons of the Minister of War. They were also the most outstanding students of the Qingyan Academy. They were the sons of the South Prince. They were skilled in both civil and martial arts, and were also outstanding talents of the younger generation. The Zhou family and the Xiao royal family had poured too many resources into them. Since a few years ago, they had been groomed as the crown prince of the Great Zhou. The top scorer of both the civil and martial examinations would most likely be one of them. No one had expected that the top scorer of the martial examination would be Li Mu. Li Mu was naturally well known in the fairy's capital. However, the reason why he was famous was because he punished young ruffians and forced the imperial court to abolish unfair laws. It was also because he spoke so bluntly that the court officials could not raise their heads. It was also because he stood up for the people and was not afraid of the nobles and the academy. He had completely changed the unrighteous trend in the fairy's capital. He was famous for his courage, his passion, his righteousness, and his good looks. After the combat examination, Li Mu used facts to show them that he was not only capable of these things. The Li residence. When Li Mu walked into the house, Xiaobai ran over excitedly and said, "Sister Zhou, let us see everything just now. Benefactor is so powerful." Li Mu looked around and asked, "Is your sister Zhou home too?" Zhou Yi walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodles and said, "This is my reward for you." Chapter 310. Li Mu ate the noodles personally cooked by the Empress. If he were to say that the noodles were delicious, he would be lying. An ordinary bowl of noodles with a few slices of vegetables and chopped green onions wouldn't taste that good, but it wouldn't taste that bad either. This bowl of noodles cooked by the Empress could only be said to be ordinary. Li Mu had eaten Lu Hanyan's noodles, Xiaobai's noodles, Wanwan's noodles, and even Su he had personally cooked at Clearwater Bay in order to reminisce about her days as a human. Among all the noodles he had eaten, the Empress's noodles were probably the worst. But she was the Empress. In the entire Great Zhou, perhaps only Li Mu could eat her personally cooked noodles. This wasn't an ordinary bowl of noodles. This was the Empress's favor. Li Mu finished the noodles and even drank the soup. Then he said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Zhou Yi asked, "How was the taste?" Li Mu, "This is the best noodles I've ever eaten." In the end, Li Mu still went against his heart. For someone who was cooking for the first time, to be able to cook to this extent was already very good. At this time, he couldn't find fault with her. Instead, he should encourage her. This was one of the reasons. The other reason was that Li Mu knew better than anyone that the Empress's chest wasn't as big as her chest. In order to suffer less in the dream tonight, he was willing to go against his conscience. Zhou Yi didn't continue this topic. Instead, he asked, "How was the written exam?" Li Mu. There shouldn't be any big problems. He could get full marks in mathematics. This subject was all objective questions. If it was right, then it was right. If it was wrong, then it was wrong. There was no possibility of losing marks. Li Mu was not sure about the criminal law. Criminal law was not a simple matter of right and wrong. There were many questions that needed to be looked at dialectically. There were also a few questions that were counterintuitive. He reckoned that many examinees would fall for them. As for policy, there was even less of a correct answer. The subjective view of the examiner was the deciding factor. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked curiously, "Can your Majesty predict who will be the top scorer in the written examination?" No. Zhou Yi shook his head. Divining this is calculating the fates of thousands of people at the same time. Even ninth-level cultivators can't do this. In the past, Li Mu thought that the seventh realm was very powerful, but after truly understanding them, he realized that they were not as omnipotent as he had imagined. There were many things that the Empress couldn't predict. There were so many seventh realm cultivators in the Immortals' capital, but the demon sect still managed to sneak up on them. Cui Ming had also been hiding in the imperial court for many years. If Li Mu hadn't coincidentally captured that tree demon, there was no telling how long he would have been able to hide. In the past, in Li Mu's heart, powerhouses of the upper realm were no different from gods. Now it seemed that they were also humans, just stronger than ordinary people. They also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, people who could see and touch them. When he personally took the bowl of noodles from the Empress, Li Mu accidentally touched her hand. The Empress' hand was delicate, smooth, and warm. As Li Mu was thinking, he realized that he was distracted and immediately threw some inappropriate thoughts to the back of his mind. Of course, it would be good to be the top scorer in the written examination. Being the top scorer in both civil and martial arts would make the Empress proud. It didn't matter if he didn't get it. No matter what, passing the imperial examination was not a problem. At this time in the examination hall, after the imperial examination ended, the examination hall was covered by a huge formation. This formation completely isolated the examination hall from the outside world. People outside couldn't enter, and people inside couldn't come out. This formation would only be activated 3 days later when the examination hall announced the results. In these 3 days, many officials from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries were temporarily transferred. They had to finish marking all the examination papers and rank the examinees' results within 3 days. The examiners who were transferred were at least in the 4th realm. Even if they didn't sleep or rest for 3 days, it was nothing to them. In order to ensure the fairness of the imperial examination, the imperial court arranged for people to transcribe the examination papers as soon as the end of the written examination. The transcribed examination papers only had numbers and no names. Among the 3 examination papers, the mathematics paper was the simplest. They just had to follow the standard answers and check them one by one. The criminal law paper was second. Except for the Ministry of Justice and a few other special offices, there were very few officials in the Great Zhou who were proficient in criminal law. The second examination paper was mostly marked by the officials of the Ministry of Justice. The most difficult one was the policy question. There were no fixed answers to any of the questions in the policy section. The officials who reviewed the exam papers had to carefully review each examinee's exam paper. In order to finish reviewing the exam within 3 days, the officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs came out in full force this time. 2 days later, under the review of dozens of officials without sleep and rest, all the examination papers were marked. The next thing to do was to summarize the results of the 3 examinations and rank the examinees according to their scores. The format of the written examination's results was different from the martial examination. It didn't use the A, B, C, or D grading method. For the 3 examination papers, full marks for each subject were 100 points. The results of the 3 subjects were summed up, and it was clear at a glance who was higher and who was lower. In addition, if any of the 3 subjects scored less than 60 points, no matter how high the other 2 subjects' scores were, they would be eliminated directly. After another half a day, all the examination papers were summarized. According to their scores, only 100 examinees would be selected out of the thousands of examinees in this imperial examination. These 100 examinees had already appeared, but they only had numbers and no names. The last step was to match their numbers with their names. Of course, everyone was most concerned about the top scorer of the written examination this time. After the results of the 3 subjects were summarized, many people gathered around. Then the crowd cried out in surprise. Who is this person with the number 9527? He actually scored full marks for mathematics, criminal law, and policy questions. Not only mathematics, but there are many people who scored full marks for this subject. He actually scored full marks for criminal law and policy questions at the same time. Only one person scored full marks for those 2 subjects. Is it Zhou Zheng, Zhou Feng, or Prince Nan's son? Outside the crowd, a few officials from the secretariat stood there. Louis sighed. I didn't expect Lord Li to score full marks for criminal law as well. The 6 imperial secretaries of the Hall of Governmental Affairs had studied the exam paper that scored full marks on policy together. There was no other person in the entire imperial court who could answer so many questions about politics so perfectly, to the point that they felt that they were inferior to him. Without a doubt, 9527 was Li Mu. He scored full marks for policy questions and mathematics. As expected, the officials from the Ministry of Justice had said that the examination paper from Assistant Minister Zhou was not simple. If they were to do this examination paper, they would not be able to get full marks. Full marks for criminal law not only required a thorough understanding of the laws of the Great Zhou, but also a thorough understanding of the laws. Zhou Xiong said. If that's the case, wouldn't he be the top scholar in both civil and martial subjects? Wang Shi shook his head and said, There's nothing strange about this. No one knows his ability better than us. If he were to participate in the imperial examination with these examinees, there would only be one outcome. Zhang Huili said. He is indeed a talent that His Majesty has set his eyes on. The top scholar in both civil and martial subjects, his future is limitless. At this moment, an official had already brought over a thick booklet. To ensure fairness, before marking the papers, there were people who would transcribe the examinees' papers and erase their names. If one wanted to know which examinee these numbers corresponded to, they would have to look in this booklet. Quick, quick, quick. Lord Liu, find out who 9527 is. I think it's Zhou Zheng. No, it should be Prince Nan's son. Want to take a gamble? The official flipped open the booklet and quickly flipped to the back. When he found the name corresponding to the number 9527, he was stunned. The officials could not help but urge, Don't just stand there. Who is it? The official placed the booklet on the table and said, Everyone take a look. Everyone looked over, and after a short moment of silence, the atmosphere exploded. Hiss, Li Mu, it's still Li Mu. 9527 is Li Mu. Not only is he the top scholar in both civil and martial subjects, that's impossible. Could it be that someone leaked the questions to Li Mu? The last person had just opened his mouth when his close colleague covered it. That person was stunned and immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. In order to ensure the fairness of the imperial examination, the imperial court had taken many measures. Not only did the subjects not communicate with each other, even the empress did not know the questions. Suspecting that someone leaked the questions to Li Mu meant suspecting the Minister of Revenue, the Assistant Minister of Justice, and all the officials in the Hall of Secretariat. Cheating in the imperial examination was a serious crime. Suspecting this would mean suspecting them. Who would dare to frame so many important figures in the imperial court at the same time? At this moment, Louis walked forward and explained, You may not know this, but the establishment of the imperial examination system is mostly due to Lord Li Mu. Lord Li is not only proficient in mathematics, he is also well versed in criminal law. He also has insightful views on national affairs. It is not surprising that he was able to take the first place in the written examination. This is because Lord Li and I worked together to create the imperial examination. The imperial examination was related to the foundation of the country. Before the imperial examination, it was not convenient for the Hall of Secretariat to disclose any details related to the imperial examination. It was only now that these officials knew that there was such an inside story. One of the officials could not help but say, if the examination was created by him, then wouldn't this be unfair to the other examinees? Not at all. Louis shook his head and said, Lord Li only pointed out the direction for the imperial examination. The examination questions were created by many officials. There is no way that they were leaked. Even if one knew about the examination outline, it is impossible to get full marks. Without him, there would not be today's imperial examination. The imperial examination selection is based on him. He has contributed so much to the imperial court, but he still has to participate in the imperial examination. If this is not fairness, then what is? Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Their doubts came from their previous understanding of Li Mu. In everyone's understanding, he was bold, fearless, and cunning. This was the part of him that everyone had the deepest impression of. Without this imperial examination, they would not have known that Li Mu, in addition to these, was also proficient in both the pen and the sword. After accepting this reality, everyone's attention was gradually placed on the subsequent rankings of the written examination. 95. 28. Who is 95? 28. Zhou Zheng Zhoufeng, or the Crown Prince of the Southern Prince. 95. 28 was right under Li Mu's name. Everyone looked down and their expressions froze. After a long time, someone said in shock, "Who is this Li Si?" Chapter 311. 3 days after the end of the combat examination, the street in front of the examination hall was packed with people. From the end of the street to the end, it was filled with people. Today was the day of the announcement of the written examination results. Because the results of the combat examination were only for reference, and did not affect the results of the imperial examinations, the ranking of the written examination was the final ranking of the imperial examinations. The array outside the examination hall would disperse after the announcement of the results at noon. In order to ensure the fairness of the marking, no one could enter or leave the examination hall in the past 3 days. The officials of the imperial court, even the empress, did not know the results of the imperial examinations. There was still 15 minutes before the announcement of the results. The crowd gathered outside the array and discussed animatedly. I wonder who will be the top scorer of the written examination this time. If he can become the top scorer of the written examination, his future will be limitless. Is there a need to guess? The top scorer will definitely be one of the 3. Who else can beat them? Although the results of the written examination had not been announced, the crowd already had their guesses about who the top scorer would be. The Zhou brothers and the Southern Prince were the most outstanding students in their respective academies. Their literary talents were outstanding, and their cultivations could be considered as the top prodigies of the Great Zhou. As potential candidates for the future crown prince of the Great Zhou, the education they received and the resources they enjoyed were far superior to those of the top-notch families in the Great Zhou. If there were no surprises, the top scorer of the written examination would definitely be one of the 3. Zhou Zheng Zhoufeng and the Southern Prince were also in the crowd. Originally, they did not need to come personally. Even if they stayed in their manners, they would know the results the moment the examination hall's array was activated. However, the results this time were extremely important to them. If they could obtain the position of the theory examination's top scorer in front of everyone, it would greatly benefit their future. The people of the world naturally hoped that a more talented emperor would appear in the Great Zhou. This would be an invisible bargaining chip in the process of competing for the crown prince. It would also be a good story after they ascended the throne. The 3 of them looked calmly at the entrance of the examination hall. However, deep in their hearts, they were not as calm as they appeared. The students outside the examination hall were all as nervous as them. Buzz, noon had just arrived when the sound of a bell came from within the examination hall. After the sound of the bell, the doors of the examination hall that had been closed for 3 days slowly opened. Countless officials walked out from within. The Minister of Rights walked up to the array and formed a hand seal. The array dissipated. He looked at the many examinees in front of him and said, "It's time. Put up the notice." The Minister of Rights' voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Not long after he finished speaking, hundreds of golden rays were fired into the sky. These golden lights shot up into the sky and exploded, forming huge golden characters that floated in the void, emitting a faint glow. Those were the names of the examinees who had passed the imperial examination. At the very front of the 100 names was the words Ascension Rankings. The Azure Cloud Rankings had the meaning of one step into the clouds. It implied that those on the rankings would have a meteoric rise in their career. At this moment, the entire divine capital saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. The words were condensed in the air using a great supernatural power. Everyone could see the Azure Cloud leaderboard clearly from all directions of the divine capital. In their eyes, the Azure Cloud leaderboard was always right in front of them. Since the Ascension Rankings had been released, countless examinees immediately shot their gazes over. On the Azure Cloud Rankings, the font of the first name at the top was larger and brighter than all the other names. That was the honor of being the top scholar of the written examination. The two words Limu were clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. After a short moment of silence, countless exclamations erupted from all corners of the divine capital. Outside the examination hall, many examinees were in disbelief. Why is it him again? How is this possible? He's the top scholar of both the written examination and the combat examination. In the combat examination 3 days ago, many examinees had seen the scene of Limu fighting with the examiner. Scholars pursued elegance, while cultivators were more proficient in supernatural powers and spells. They would also try their best to avoid close combat. After the combat examination, everyone's impression of him was that he was a boorish man, a refined beast. However, 3 days later, Limu showed another side of him in front of them. Everyone had taken the written examination and knew how difficult the questions were. It was impossible to get first place in the written examination without real talent. In the past, they only knew that Limu was brave and fearless. Now they knew that he was well versed in both the pen and the sword. At the same time, every corner of the divine capital was filled with the surprised cries of the people. "It's Constable Li. Constable Li is the top scholar of the imperial examination. He's the top scholar of both the martial and literary examinations. What can Constable Li not do? I can't call him Constable Li anymore. I have to call him the top scholar. Sigh, I regret it. Constable Li is still unmarried. This time, many people will want to marry their daughters to him. I'm afraid there's no hope for the 2 beautiful girls in my family." In the divine capital, Limu was the protector of the people. Countless people were sincerely happy for him. In front of the examination hall, the Zhou brothers and Prince Nan's crown prince looked at the 2 shining golden words in the sky. They felt that they were abnormally dazzling. It was one thing to be the top scholar of martial arts, but even the title of top scholar of literature had been snatched by Limu. This made the 3 of them lose all face. They had received the best education since they were young, and enjoyed the best resources. In terms of writing and martial arts, they did not lose to any of their peers or even their elders. However, they had lost to a junior who they did not even know a few months ago. This was a reality that the 3 of them found hard to accept. However, at this point, they had to accept it even if they did not want to. Fortunately, Limu's name was known throughout the divine capital. He was also the Empress' favorite subject. If he was mediocre, wouldn't it mean that the Empress did not have a good eye for talent? Limu's reputation had already spread far and wide. It was still acceptable to lose to him. However, if they lost to some unknown person, it would be truly humiliating. There was no need to ask for the top scholar of literature. They just wanted to see who got the second place. The 3 of them looked to the left. To the left of the top scholar was the name of the second place. In the next moment, extreme shock appeared on the faces of the 3 people at the same time. It really was Li Si. The three of them were dumbfounded when they saw the second shining name on the azure sky roll. It was fine if it was Li Mu, but where did this Li Si come from? Like the Zhou brothers and Prince Nan's crown prince, the other candidates in front of the examination hall, and the people of the divine capital were also puzzled. Compared to the top scholar of the theory examination, the name of the second place was too unfamiliar and too ordinary. Li Si was a name that people would believe even if they said that he was a dog on the streets of the divine capital. However, as the second place in the theory examination, they felt that it was lacking in style. More importantly, no one had ever heard of his name before, whether it was the people present or the people of the divine capital. After Li Si, there was no suspense in the rankings. Third place in the theory examination, Zhou Clan's Zhou Zheng. Fourth place in the theory examination, Prince Nan's Crown Prince Xiaoyu. Fifth place in the theory examination, Zhou Clan's Zhou Feng. To others, this was a good result that could bring glory to their ancestors. However, to these three people, it was no different from a humiliation. The three of them quickly left. The remaining people were either happy or sad. My name is up there. I'm ranked 73rd. Sigh, I didn't. Neither did I. Looks like I'll have to take the exam next time. Who is that Li Si? Is he here? Can he show himself? At the very back of the crowd, a figure slowly walked away. He came to a mansion in the northern court and knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Li Mu. Li Si stood at the door and said, "Congratulations, top scholar of both the civil and martial examinations." Li Mu invited him in and said, "You're not bad either." Li Si being able to get second place in the theory examination was something that Li Mu had not expected. The Ministry of Rights had already given out the books that the candidates had taken. Although Li Mu had highlighted some important points for Li Si, it was not everything. More than 90% of the reason why Li Si was able to pass the imperial examination and get second place in the theory examination was due to his own hard work. Li Mu knew Li Si very well. Normally, Li Si looked sloppy and carefree, going in and out of the brothel every few days without any self-control. However, as long as he was determined to do something, even Li Mu would be ashamed of his perseverance and determination. From sleeping in the brothel every night to not even looking at the brothel when he passed by, it was only a matter of a thought from him. When he decided to take the imperial examination, he locked himself in the inn and did not leave the inn for 2 months. If he asked himself honestly, Li Mu would not be able to do it. Although his cultivation was not high, he always gave Li Mu an unfathomable feeling. Li Mu walked into the courtyard and looked around. He saw an unfamiliar figure and asked, "Is there a guest in the house?" The Empress was in the middle of planting flowers in the garden. Li Mu coughed lightly and said, "That is Miss Zhou, a friend of mine." Li Si looked in the direction of the garden, and his eyes showed understanding. He then said, "I just want to congratulate you. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. The results of the imperial examination are out, and I have to send a message to my father-in-law." Li Mu sent him out. When they reached the door, Li Si asked, "She is a friend of that friend of yours, right?" Li Mu nodded. Li Si looked at him meaningfully and said, "That friend of yours is very lucky." Li Mu was puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Si looked ahead and said, "I can see that she is very arrogant. This kind of arrogance comes from her bones. If she is not a noble lady, she will not have this kind of temperament." Li Mu nodded. In the past, the Empress was a noble lady. Now she was the biggest noble lady. She had the right to be arrogant in front of anyone. Li Si continued, "She is very arrogant and very lonely. This kind of loneliness even surpasses arrogance." Li Mu also wanted to learn this from Li Si. He had interacted with the Empress for a long time, and only then did he slowly understand her loneliness. Li Si had only taken a single look at her, and was able to see these things. This was something that no mystical power could achieve. Li Si looked at Li Mu one last time and said, "She is so lonely. She should not have any family or friends by her side. This kind of woman yearns for the nourishment of love. If you treat her well, she will repay you 10 times or even more. This kind of woman is the easiest to woo." Chapter 312. Li Mu wanted to remind Li Si not to say anything out loud, but it was clearly too late. The Empress couldn't know everything that happened in the Immortals' capital, but in this courtyard, nothing could escape her ears. Disaster comes from the mouth. If a person could control their mouth, they would be able to avoid many unnecessary disasters. Li Si left and everything seemed to be fine. But Li Mu knew that something was brewing in the dark. Sure enough, just as he approached the courtyard, the Empress walked out of the garden and asked, "What were you talking about?" Li Mu said nervously, "Li Si can't control his mouth. Your Majesty is a magnanimous person, so please don't lower yourself to his level." "Your Majesty, what do you want to eat today? I'll make it for you." Zhou glanced at him and said, "I heard Xiao Bai say that there's a dish called Wenxi tofu. How come I've never heard of it?" Li Mu said, "I'll go buy some tofu now." The Empress liked to eat tofu, so Li Mu made her tofu every day, and the dish was different every day. With the frequency of the Empress coming to Li Mu's residence, it wouldn't be long before all the tofu dishes in Li Mu's mind would be squeezed dry by her. Although Wenxi tofu was a test of knife skills, it wasn't difficult for the current Li Mu. A divine ability cultivator could control their body to a very delicate level. There was no more tofu in the house, so he walked out and prepared to buy a piece on the street. Not long after, he saw a person crawling out of a ditch on the side of the road. The man's body was covered in vegetable leaves and dirty water. Even from afar, Li Mu could smell the stench. He immediately held his breath. Just as he was about to leave, he took a closer look and realized that it was Li Si. Li Mu was stunned. "What's wrong with you?" Li Si shook his head and said, "I was walking on the road and accidentally stepped on air. I'll go to your house to wash up and change my clothes." "There's no need. Let's do it here." Li Mu formed a seal with both hands, and a water column condensed in the void. It poured down from the top of Li Si's head, and washed away the filth on his body. How could a mighty assembled spirit cultivator fall into a ditch by the roadside for no reason? Li Si was not surprised by this at all, as if he really treated it as an ordinary accident. Li Mu couldn't think of anyone else who could do this without anyone noticing. No one knew better than him how petty the Empress was. If Li Si were to return to the Li residence, it would not be as simple as falling into the gutter. He waved his hand to disperse the stench around him and said, "When you see Miss Zhou in the future, don't shoot your mouth off. She has a powerful background. With just a thought, she can make you unable to survive in Fairy's capital." In the sky above the Fairy's capital, the names on the honor roll were still shining with golden light. This list would stay in the air for 3 days. Every name on it would be bestowed with glory. At the entrance of the examination hall, countless examinees sighed and left. The way of the imperial examination was like 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge. Only 1 out of 10 people would be able to make it on the list. This was only the first year. In future imperial examinations, the various counties would be able to recommend more talents. It would probably be 1 out of 100, or even 1 out of 100. Those who made it on the list naturally had limitless glory, but they were in the minority. Most of the examinees were just accompanying them. After the examinees left, the officials of the various ministries walked out of the examination hall. An official from the Ministry of Revenue shook his head and said, "The competition for the imperial examination is too cruel. Many examinees who scored full marks in mathematics could only miss the list because of criminal law." Another official said, "The questions on criminal law are too difficult. I've seen the test paper. Even if I did it myself, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to pass. Who knew that there are so many twists and turns in criminal law?" An official sighed and said, "Lord Li was able to score full marks in the criminal law exam paper. This is simply unimaginable. He really is worthy of being the person that the Emperor values." The director of the Ministry of Justice was also somewhat regretful. He said, "The majority of the examinees put their focus on policy questions. There aren't many who are truly willing to settle down and study criminal law. It's so hard to find someone who only answered one question wrong. His mathematics and policy questions are too mediocre. He has no chance of making it onto the list. What a pity, what a pity." At the entrance of the examination hall, Wei Peng raised his head and looked at the list in the sky. He shook his head and left. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. For the criminal law exam, Li Mu scored full marks. You scored 95. Do you know where you went wrong? Wei Peng turned his head and bowed to Zhou Zhong. He said, please enlighten me. Zhou Zhong said lightly. A woman was walking at night and met the villain Zhang San. He wanted to rape her. This woman pretended to agree and first tricked Zhang San to the river. While he was undressing, she pushed him into the river. Zhang San wanted to go ashore many times but was stopped by the woman. In the end, Zhang San was washed away and drowned. Zhang San's family reported this woman to the Ministry of Justice and asked her what crime she committed. If you were an official of the Ministry of Justice, how would you judge the case? Wei Peng said, excessive self-defense is the crime of murder. But considering that Zhang San committed the crime first, the woman could be given a lighter sentence. Zhou Zhong said, Li Mu's answer is not guilty. Li Mu scored full marks for criminal law. This meant that the Ministry of Justice also believed that the woman was not guilty. This was far from Wei Peng's judgment. Wei Peng raised his head and said, I don't understand. The law says that a human life is greater than the heavens. That woman had already defended herself. There was no need to stop Zhang San from saving himself. In the end, he drowned. Even if it wasn't intentional murder, it was negligent homicide. Zhou Zhong asked, if you were that woman, what would you have done? Wei Peng thought for a moment and said, after pushing Zhang Shan into the river, I would immediately run away. Run. Zhou Zhong looked at him and asked, when Zhang San comes ashore, it won't be long before a weak woman like you. Even if you run a few dozen steps ahead, what can you do? He will still catch up to you. When that time comes, what do you think will happen to you? Wei Peng was stunned. Clearly, he didn't think of such a situation in the examination hall. After he came to his senses, he lowered his head and said, I would be raped. Zhou Zhong said lightly, if you were Zhang San and were tricked by a weak woman, pushed into the river and almost drowned, what would you do when you crawled out of the river and caught up to her? In the past, Wei Peng was just a bit of a playboy. He would never rape a woman. With his status, he could have as many women as he wanted. When he told Wei Peng about his identity as Zhang San, Wei Peng was suddenly startled awake. For a villain who would block a woman's way in the middle of the night and attempt to rape her, if he was plotted against instead and almost lost his life, after he escaped from the trap, he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. His original plan to rape her might turn into murder. He finally realized where he was wrong. He protected the law, while Li Mu protected the people. In his heart, there was only the law and that one life. He didn't consider the actual situation of the case. In that situation, the only way for the woman to save her life was to stop Zhang San from going ashore. Zhou Zhong said lightly, there are many officials in the Ministry of Justice who can recite the law of the Great Zhou backwards, but they still can't be good officials. This is because they are too proficient in the law. They only know how to use the law to judge cases, and thus lose their humanity. For this kind of case, if you judge it from the perspective of hindsight, you will get the same result as you. Wei Peng bowed and said, this student understands. Zhou Zhong suddenly asked, why do you want to study the law? Wei Peng thought for a while, then shook his head and said, I don't know. At first, I wanted to protect myself and not be bullied by Li Mu. Later, I felt that the law was quite interesting. Interesting. Zhou Zhong looked at him lightly and said, if you want to be an official, come find me at the Ministry of Justice tomorrow morning. The results of the first imperial examination held by the court were announced today. Until night, the 100 golden names were still shining in the night sky. The name of the top scholar, Li Mu, was the biggest and the brightest. As the top scholar in both civil and military affairs, he was naturally the topic of the people's discussion the most. He beat up playboys and punished young villains. He dared to question the officials of the Ministry of Justice, and also dared to scold all the officials in the court. Those who didn't like him talked about him behind his back. They said that other than his good looks, he had no other abilities. They said that he only relied on the support of the Empress. Without the Empress, he was nothing. They said that everything he had today was obtained by flattering the Empress. In this imperial examination, he once again proved himself to the people of the world. He suppressed the students of the 4 great academies, suppressed the talents of the 36 counties, and became the top scholar in both civil and military affairs. He completely shut the mouths of those people. He let the people of the world see clearly why the empress only favored him out of all the officials in the court. He could bring peace to the world with his pen, and settle the world with his military affairs. This was a true talent. He was worthy of the empress's special favor. The students of the academies and the future crown prince could only serve as a foil in front of him. Of course, Li Mu becoming the top scholar in both civil and military affairs also proved one thing. The empress had a unique insight. She had discovered Li Mu's talent from the very beginning. It wasn't, as the rumors said, that she was only interested in Li Mu's manliness. After the results of the imperial examination were announced, both the officials and the people couldn't help but praise the empress in their hearts. Chapter 313. 3 days after the results were announced, all the grand scholars who passed the examination had to face the empress in the Golden Palace. This was an important ceremony. The purpose of this ceremony was to give them a special honor. For most of them, this might be their only chance to stand here in their lives. On the other hand, the empress wanted to personally check if there were any spies from other countries or the demon sect among them. For officials of the 5th level and above, like Cui Ming, if they wanted to hide something, the empress might not be able to find out. But among these grand scholars, the strongest was only at the 4th level. Before the examination, they had already been tested. Finally, the empress tested them again. It was almost guaranteed that nothing would go wrong, unless they had a special chant or spell similar to the Clear Heart mantra. After the list of candidates who passed the examination was released, Li Mu looked at it carefully. The students of the White Deer Institute did not participate in the examination. But among the 100 candidates, there were still more than 70. Almost 80% of the grand scholars came from the 3 great institutes. The empress's purpose of reforming the examination was to break the monopoly of the institutes over the officials in the imperial court. This result seemed to be a failure of Li Mu and her. But compared to the past, it was already a great improvement. Before this, the number was 10%. Now the monopoly of the institutes had been broken, giving the local talents room to advance. Even if this promotion was very difficult, the imperial examinations were like an army of thousands of men and horses crossing a single wooden bridge. There might be some problems within the 3 great academies, but the students they taught were indeed the top talents of the great Zhou dynasty. They had to go through years of bitter study and cultivation in the academies, so there was no reason for them to lose to others. Although the results of the examination did not make much of a difference to the institutes, the influence of the examination on the institutes was far-reaching. From now on, the students of the institutes would no longer have an iron rice bowl. If they wanted to enter the imperial court as an official, they would have to compete with countless talents in the Great Zhou. Because there was no pressure within the institutes, some of the unhealthy practices would gradually be alleviated. After the examination, the candidates who failed would gradually leave the divine capital. These 100 grand scholars would also be given official positions by the imperial court. According to the rankings, the top scholar of the written examination would be given a 5th-rank official position. It was rare to see someone who had no official position directly get a 5th-rank official position in the history of the imperial court. One had to know that Zhang Chun had toiled for more than 10 years, and was only a rank 5. From this, it could be seen that the imperial court attached great importance to the imperial examination. If one could stand out among the talents of the 36 counties and the students of the academy, it could be said that he had a meteoric rise. Those who placed 2nd and 3rd in the written examination would be granted official positions of grade 6. The officials after that were rank 6 and below. Those with good grades could stay in Fairy's capital, and be assigned to the 6 ministries or the 9 temples for a year of probation. Those with bad grades would have to go to other places and assume positions such as county deputy or county lieutenant, assisting the county magistrate in governing the local area. They also needed to be probationary for a year. After a year, if they passed the assessment, they could be promoted to official positions. Ever since Cui Ming's official position was abolished, the position of Assistant Minister of the Secretariat was vacant. Lu Yi took his position and became the new Assistant Minister of the Secretariat. As a result, only 5 of the 6 palace secretaries were left. Although the position of the Secretary of the Secretariat was not high, he had great power. He was in charge of the important affairs of the country. The vacancy of the Secretary of the Secretariat naturally caused the competition of various forces. Both the new and old parties wanted this position. However, an imperial edict personally written by the Empress made them give up on this idea. The new top scholar, Li Mu, would be appointed as the Secretary of the Secretariat. Before the imperial examination, no matter how much the Empress favored Li Mu, letting him take on such an important position would have attracted the opposition of all the court officials. Firstly, Li Mu was not from the 4 great academies. Other than being a low-level imperial censor, he could only be an official and not an official. Secondly, the position of Secretary of the Secretariat was not something that anyone could take on. One had to have enough talent, keen insight, and the ability to make decisions on important matters of the country. However, after the imperial examination, Li Mu's status as the top scholar in 2 subjects had shut everyone's mouth. In terms of qualifications, he was the top scholar in both civil and military affairs. Whether it was the imperial court or the military, he could go to either. In terms of ability, he scored full marks in all 3 subjects. Questions on policy were his forte. If he did not have the qualifications to be the Secretary of the Secretariat, no one else could. The Empress let Li Mu take part in the imperial examination, to give him the qualifications to shut the mouths of the people. Li Mu did not disappoint the Empress. He took down 2 top scholars in one go. Those who wanted to oppose the Empress had nothing to say. The Empress had said before that he would be appointed as the Secretary of the Secretariat. Li Mu was not surprised by this result. After asking for Li Si's opinion, Li Mu asked the Empress to arrange the position of the Minister of God's capital for him. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries were filled with intrigue. It was not suitable for Li Si. Old Zhang had to manage the God's capital office and the imperial clan temple. He could not be at 2 places at once. The positions of Minister of God's capital and Commandant of God's capital happened to be vacant. He could share a lot of the burden with Old Zhang. Li Mu did not say anything else. He had no say in these matters. If he said too much, he would be suspected of being a favored official interfering in politics. After becoming the Secretary of the Secretariat, Li Mu was no longer a constable of the God's capital office. Deputy Constable's son got what he wanted. He finally got rid of the word deputy and successfully received 5 times the salary. Li Mu handed the constable uniform to the government office. The constables there sent Li Mu off. Goodbye, boss. Boss, come back to the government office often. I wish you a meteoric rise in the future. The God's Capital office used to be the office with the least sense of existence in the God's capital. As the constables of the God's Capital office, the people did not trust them. The constables of the Ministry of Justice looked down on them. Even they themselves were used to it. All this changed after Li Mu came to the God's Capital office. The God's Capital office was no longer the cowardly office it used to be. They had beaten up the rich and foppish and captured the students of the academy. The people would choose the God's Capital office as their first target. The constables of the Ministry of Justice would no longer look at them differently. Some people had been constables their whole lives before they knew what a constable should be like. Li Mu waved at Wang Wu and the others. He walked out of the God's Capital office and found that the outside was also crowded with people. Constable Li. Constable Li. Stop calling him Constable Li. Now we have to call him Lord Li, or Zhuang Yuan. The people greeted Li Mu. The owner of the noodle stall walked up slowly and asked, Constable Li, are you not going to work in the God's Capital office anymore? Li Mu knew what they were worried about. He smiled and said, Don't worry. Even if I'm not here, you can still come to the God's Capital office if you need anything. The God's Capital magistrate, Lord Zhang Chun, is a good official who loves the people like his own children. The new minister of the God's Capital, Lord Li, is my friend. He hates evil and will stand up for you. If you have any problems that the God's Capital office can't solve, You can also come to me." When the people heard this, they were obviously relieved. In the past few months, as the people of the gods' capital, they had finally lived a decent life. When they were bullied, they no longer had to be afraid of the other party being the son of an official or the descendant of a noble. That was because they had Constable Lee behind them. He used his weak body to hold up the sky for them. There used to be people like him in the gods' capital who brought hope and light to the people. However, those people were like a flash in the pan. They appeared for a short while and disappeared very quickly. Some people died, some were transferred out of the gods' capital. There were also some who gradually stood against the people. Li Mu was the light in the people's hearts. The people of the gods' capital were used to relying on him. Without him, their lives would return to how they were before. It was not easy to obtain light. No one wanted to return to darkness. Li Mu left the gods' capital office. Along the way, the people sent him off. In the past few months in the gods' capital, the people of the gods' capital could not leave him. In fact, Li Mu could not leave the people of the gods' capital either. Other than the Empress, the immense and continuous psychic power generated by the common people was the greatest shortcut to his cultivation. Up until now, Li Mu's pure yang body could only play a very small role in his cultivation. Although the pure yang body still allowed him to cultivate several times faster than ordinary cultivators, this speed was not even worth mentioning when compared to psychokinesis cultivation. Moreover, the meeting with the Empress in his dreams every night was even more useful to Li Mu. She would teach Li Mu all kinds of supernatural powers and spells step by step. Supernatural powers were not like Taoist techniques. They required comprehension and practice. Most of the time, it would take months for one to grasp the basics of a supernatural power. However, with the Empress's guidance, Li Mu could grasp the basics in 3 days to 1 day. This was also the reason why cultivators fought tooth and nail to join the large sections. With the guidance of a great teacher, they would not take too many detours on the path of cultivation. To Li Mu, joining any sect would not be as convenient as hugging the Empress's thigh. No 7th realm cultivator from the 4 sects and 6 schools could be so attentive to their disciples and teach them diligently every day. After the imperial examinations ended, Li Mu had been appointed to an official position. From the time he was appointed to the position, he had a maximum of 3 months of vacation. During these 3 months, he planned to return to the North County and spend it with Lu Hanyan. At the same time, he wanted to discuss with her whether she could return to the divine capital with him. Now that he had a firm foothold in the divine capital, he could bring her and Wanwan over. Before this, Li Mu still had a knot in his heart that had not been resolved. Ever since Cui Ming escaped, Shangguanli led people to chase after him. 2 months had passed, but there was no progress at all. Every day, Li Mu would check on Suhi, who was sleeping in the ice coffin. The medicinal power of the nature pill was healing her soul at every moment. Li Mu could feel that she was not far from waking up. Suhi was about to wake up, but there was still no result on Cui Ming's matter. This made Li Mu anxious. He planned to go to Mr. Mei to ask about the situation first. When he arrived in front of Changle Palace, Lord Mei was standing outside with a bronze mirror in his hand. A look of suspicion appeared on his face. Li Mu walked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Mr. Mei put away the bronze mirror and looked worried. He said, "I haven't been able to contact Ali since 3 days ago. I don't know what happened to her. She didn't even have time to reply." Chapter 314. In the time that Shangguanli wasn't in the divine capital, Li Mu had completely replaced her and became the subject closest to the Empress. Although no one could compete with Li Mu for the Empress' favor if she didn't come back, Li Mu didn't want anything to happen to her. Mr. Mei looked at the mirror and frowned. Ali is chasing after Cui Ming this time. She has many internal guards with her. She also has the Fulu and talismans that Her Majesty gave her. Even if she met a 6th realm cultivator, with everyone working together, they would have the power to deal with him. The talisman that she left in the palace doesn't have any abnormalities, and it doesn't seem like anything has happened. But why didn't she reply? Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Maybe she didn't have time to send a message." Mr. Mei shook his head. Ever since she left the divine capital, we've been sending messages every day. This is what we agreed on before we left the capital. Li Mu asked again. Could it be that the message talisman was damaged? Mr. May continued shaking his head. This possibility is very small. The most likely possibility is that the place she's at is covered by a powerful formation that can't send messages. Li Mu looked at Mr. May and asked, where was the last time she replied? Mr. May said, 3 days ago, Yunzhong County. Yunzhong County was adjacent to the North County. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, how about this? You continue to contact her. I'm going back to the North County anyway, so I'll go to Yunzhong County to take a look. If there's any news about her, I'll report it to Her Majesty immediately. Ever since he got the little conch, Li Mu and the Empress communication became much more convenient. As long as he used his spiritual power, they could chat in real time. It was even more convenient than a phone. The incident with Cui Ming was a great humiliation to the imperial court. If it weren't for the fact that there were so few Sixth Realm experts in the imperial court, and that all of them held high positions, it would have been possible for them to dispatch Sixth Realm experts to kill Cui Ming and restore the nation's prestige. Cui Ming was also someone that Li Mu had to kill. Unfortunately, the Empress wanted him to participate in the imperial examinations. Otherwise, when Shangguanli had tried to kill Cui Ming last time, Li Mu had followed her. Now that the imperial examinations were over, Cui Ming had not been caught. He still had a chance to act personally. Before he returned, he had to inform the Empress. Changle Palace. After hearing Li Mu's words, Zhou handed him a jade talisman and said, this is Ali's life talisman. Hold it in your hand and channel your mana into it. You will be able to sense her position within a certain distance. A life talisman was a special Dharma treasure made of spiritual jade. It contained a drop of the owner's blood essence. Within a short distance, it could sense the location of the owner. However, the most important use of this Dharma treasure was not to sense location, but to sense life. If the owner was seriously injured, cracks would appear on the life talisman. If the owner died, no matter how far away they were, the life talisman would shatter immediately. The owner of the life talisman would also know of the owner's death immediately. However, due to the special nature of blood essence, many evil arts and supernatural powers were performed through blood essence. Cultivators were very wary of giving their blood essence to others. Usually, only the owner's loved ones would have their life talisman. As her competitor, Li Mu had investigated Shangguanli in detail. According to Mr. May, she was the Empress' playmate. The two of them had played together since they were young. She was like the Empress' little sister. Li Mu still had a long way to go before he could catch up to her position in the Empress' heart. After all, the Empress had not made a life talisman for him. Li Mu accepted Shangguanli's life talisman and said, don't worry, Your Majesty. I will bring Commander Shangguan back safely. Zhou said, you have to be careful as well. Just in case, I will give you a few more Dharma treasures in Fulu. This was the reason why Li Mu was so loyal to the Empress. She did not paint a big picture or talk about dreams. Every few days she would get a promotion and a raise. She would ask for leave without asking for the reason. She never let him work overtime. Instead, she sacrificed her sleep and taught him supernatural powers and spells late at night. She could bully Li Mu, but no one else could. With a boss like this, Li Mu could work for a lifetime. Although Li Si should not have said those words, he was right. The Empress lacked emotions, so she cherished them even more. As long as someone treated her well, she would return the favor tenfold. Therefore, Li Mu could not help but treat her even better. Zhou took out a few pieces of Fulu and a few Dharma treasures. She also taught Li Mu how to use them. After accepting these things, Li Mu said happily, thank you, Your Majesty. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. Zhou thought for a moment and said, take a drop of essence blood. I will make a life talisman for you. In the future, if you are in danger, I will be able to sense it. Li Mu decisively cut his finger and forced out a drop of essence blood. Although the life talisman could not save his life, it at least represented the Empress's attitude. Since he set Shangguanli as his goal, he had to have what Shangguanli had. After this thought appeared in his mind, Li Mu felt that something was wrong. It was as if he was competing with Shangguan Li for favor in her harem. This made him involuntarily recall the ridiculous dream he had that night. He could not help but shiver and did not dare to think about it anymore. Perhaps it was because he always wanted to compete with Shangguan Li for favor that he had the nightmare of snuggling in the Empress's arms. Not noticing Li Mu's expression, Zoe flipped her hand and a square piece of spirit jade appeared in her hand. She stretched out her index finger and quickly drew a rune in the void. With a light flick of her finger, the golden rune entered the spirit jade. When Li Mu's drop of essence blood merged with the spirit jade, he vaguely felt that there was a subtle connection between him and the jade. Li Mu was shocked and envious of the Empress's magical ability to draw talismans in the void. The cultivators of the upper realm had too many incredible magical abilities. Zhou Yi took Li Mu's life talisman and said, "If there is an accident, contact me at any time with the spirit snail. No matter what happens, remember to protect yourself first." Li Mu. "I understand." Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Go." Li Mu cupped his hands and said, "I will take my leave." After leaving the palace, Li Mu returned home and told Xiao Bai that the two of them were going back to the north region again and would be staying there for 3 months. Xiao Bai heard this and cheered happily. "Then I will go buy some gifts for Sister Lu and Sister Wanwan." Li Mu grabbed her in time and shook his head. "There is no need this time. We still have urgent matters to attend to. Hurry up and pack your things. We will leave now." Shangguan Li had lost contact and he did not know what happened. Every time he delayed, she would be in more danger. Xiao Bai quickly packed her things and the two of them left the city. They immediately used a high-grade flight talisman and flew into the sky. Yunzhong region was in the east of the north region. Li Mu first sent Xiao Bai to Fulu school. Lu Hanyan happened to be in seclusion with Yu Zhenzi. Only Wanwan was on Baiyun Peak. Li Mu left Xiao Bai on the peak and flew to the east alone. Chapter 315. Yunzhong Commandery. Yunzhong Commandery was located in the northeast of the Great Zhou. Within Yunzhong Commandery, there were very few plains. There were many forests and strange peaks. Peaks that were thousands of feet tall could be seen everywhere. The peaks were often shrouded in clouds, hence the name Yunzhong. Further east from Yunzhong Commandery was no longer within the Great Zhou. It did not even belong to the Zhou continent. Instead, it was Yingzhou. Compared to Zhou continent, Yingzhou was just a barren land. The environment of Yingzhou was harsh. There were many mountains, swamps, and poisonous miasma. There were no human countries. Even most demons were unwilling to live there. The border between Yunzhong Commandery and Yingzhou was an ancient mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The trees in the forest were extremely lush. There were often giant trees that were dozens of feet tall, blocking out the sun. Poisonous miasma would begin to rise from the ground 100 feet into the forest. The people of Yunzhong Commandery regarded this place as a forbidden area. At this moment, a figure arrived from outside the forest. When he was about 100 feet away from the forest, he slowly stopped and hovered in the air. Li Mu held a jade talisman in his hand as he gazed into the depths of the forest. He had used 3 days to travel all over Yunzhong Commandery. Shangguan Li's life talisman did not react at all. Just as he was about to give up, the jade talisman in his hand suddenly gave off a warm feeling. This meant that Shangguan Li was within 50 kilometers of him. Li Mu followed the direction of the life talisman and found this place. Li Mu frowned slightly as he gazed at the forest filled with poisonous miasma up ahead. Stepping into the forest meant stepping into the territory of Yingzhou. Yingzhou was different from Zhou continent. Since ancient times, it had been a barren land. The poisonous miasma was not suitable for humans to live in. It was not beneficial to cultivators either. Apart from some poisonous insects and demons, regular demons were unwilling to enter this place. The people of Yunzhong Commandery called the ancient mountain forest. The demons born in this place would be nourished by the poisonous miasma from birth. Their intelligence would be eroded, making them more dangerous than regular demons. They would occasionally run out and cause trouble for the people of Yunzhong Commandery. No wonder there was no news from Shangguan Li. The terrain here was complicated, and the mountains were stacked on top of each other. Mr. Mei did not receive Shang Guanli's message, most likely because the signal was not good. Shang Guanli was not far ahead. Li Mu did not hesitate too much and quickly flew into the forest. At the same time, deep in the forest, in a valley, Shang Guanli raised her head and looked up. The canopy of the ancient trees above her covered the sky and the sun. They had been trapped here for 3 days. Along the way, Cui Ming had almost been caught several times, but he had managed to escape. Later on, they were trapped here by Cui Ming's scheme. Someone had set up a huge formation in this valley. This formation was extremely powerful. Entering the formation was very easy, but exiting it was harder than ascending to the heavens. With the few of them working together and the Dharma treasure that His Majesty had bestowed upon her, they could even put up a fight against a powerhouse in the early stage of the 6th realm. However, they could not break this formation from the inside. Not only that, this formation also blocked her from sending messages, causing her to completely lose contact with the fairy's capital. In the past few days, Cui Ming and the person who set up the formation did not do anything to them. They only trapped them. It was likely that they wanted to wait for their magic power to be depleted, so that they could get rid of them effortlessly. A middle-aged woman walked over and shook her head. It still won't work. They probably want to trap us to death, or use us as bait to kill more powerhouses from the imperial court. The fact that Cui Ming was a spy from the demon sect had already caused the imperial court to lose a lot of face. If he set up the imperial court again, and caused the imperial court to lose even more powerhouses, not only would it cause the imperial court to lose even more prestige, it would also fuel the demon sect's arrogance. Shang Guanli took out a piece of spiritual jade and held it in her hand. As she recovered her magic power, she said in a low voice, "I just hope that no one else will come." Outside the valley, on top of a mountain, Cui Ming stood with his hands behind his back. The man wearing a black pearl crown glanced at him and asked, "Why don't you just kill them?" Cui Ming said calmly, "It would be too much of a pity to kill them. Shang Guanli is the Empress' personal female official. Keeping her alive is more valuable than killing her. Moreover, only by keeping them alive can the imperial court send even more powerful powerhouses. When that time comes, we can take their souls and absorb their cultivation. Wouldn't the two of us be able to advance further? You people from the Meizong sect are really sinister and vicious." The man glanced at him and asked, "Aren't you afraid that you'll attract the most powerful powerhouses? When that time comes, the formation won't be able to trap them, and both of us will die." Cui Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry. I know the imperial court better than the Meizong sect. The number of powerhouses at the peak of the 6th realm in the imperial court can be counted on one hand. They can't come here. At most, they can only send the beginner 6th realm. You spent so much time to set up such a formation. It's not just to trap a few 5th realm powerhouses, right?" The black-robed man glanced at him and said, "I'll say this first. Whether it's these people or those who come later, I don't want any of their Dharma treasures. However, I want all of their soul energy." Cui Ming didn't think much and nodded. "I promise you." After the two of them reached an agreement, the black-robed man fell silent for a moment and asked again, "You've been hiding in the Great Zhou court for so long. You must know a lot of secrets. About half a year ago, Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian died. Do you know what happened?" Cui Ming shook his head and said, "This is a top secret in the imperial court. Other than the officials in the North County, I'm afraid only a few people in the imperial court know about it." "Why? Is there a problem with Chu Jiang of Gozhouzian's death?" The black-robed man said in a low voice, "His cultivation is slightly higher than mine. He hid in the North County for 5 years to use the 18 Hell formation and sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people in the county city to reach the 6th realm. Once the 18 Hell formation is set up, it can trap Dongxian to death. Only transcendence can break it. According to what I know, he clearly set up the 18 Hell formation that night, but he still failed in the end." Cui Ming looked at the valley below and asked, "How is this formation compared to the 18 Hell formation?" There was a hint of pride in the black-robed man's voice. He said slowly, "Although I don't have 18 ghost generals under my command, this valley is a wonderful place to gather in. With a little use of the surrounding terrain, I can borrow the power of heaven and earth to set up this formation. Even a sixth realm expert would find it difficult to escape. It's only stronger than the 18 Hell formation, not weaker. Cui Ming smiled and said, then there's no need to worry. If you can refine the souls of these people, I'm sure His Highness Emperor Song will be able to become the head of the 10 kings of hell, right? The black-robed man didn't speak again, but he snorted coldly in his heart. His cultivation was already at the peak of the spectral soul realm. He wasn't inferior to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon at that time. If the Great Zhou court sent another sixth realm expert, then with the help of that person's soul power and these people in the battlefield, he had a glimmer of hope to take another step forward. At that time, he wouldn't even have to bow down to the Nether Saint. When Emperor Song thought of this, he couldn't help but smile. But in the next moment his eyes moved slightly and he said, hide your aura first. Someone is coming. Li Mu held Shangguan Li's life talisman in his hand as he flew all the way here. Dangers lurked everywhere in this desolate mountain forest. Even cultivators couldn't inhale too much of the poisonous fog and miasma in the forest. He didn't know how many poisonous insects and ferocious beasts he encountered along the way. These insects and beasts were nourished by the miasma, so it was very difficult for them to develop basic spiritual intelligence. But their strength couldn't be underestimated. It was impossible to guard against them, and they greatly delayed his search for Shangguan Li. Li Mu flew in the air in the forest. The life talisman in his hand became hotter and hotter. This meant that the distance between him and Shangguan Li was getting closer and closer. When he flew to a certain valley, the life talisman in his hand was already burning hot. This meant that Shangguan Li was near him. In the valley, Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu who was floating in the air. Her expression changed and she warned loudly, don't come over. Li Mu heard the voice and flew into the valley. Looking at Shangguan Li who was not far ahead, he asked, what did you just say? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something unusual and looked around. Looking down from the valley, there seemed to be nothing unusual here. But after landing in the valley, Li Mu immediately noticed that something was wrong. There was no trace of heaven and earth spiritual chi here. There seemed to be a large formation around, blocking the heaven and earth spiritual chi outside. Li Mu flew out but encountered an invisible barrier. He was trapped in a formation. Shangguan Li covered her face with both hands. After a long time, she asked with a sullen expression, how did you find this place? Is there anyone else? Li Mu waved the life talisman in his hand and threw it to Shangguan Li. There's no one else. Sister Mei couldn't contact you. Coincidentally, I went back to the North County for a vacation, so I asked His Majesty for your life talisman, and also looked for you. What's with this formation? Shangguan Li's expression turned ugly. We fell into Cui Ming's trap and are trapped here. She glanced at Li Mu and said, I didn't expect that I would die with you. Li Mu also glanced at her and shook his head. You may want to die, but I don't want to die. He took out the spiritual snail and activated it with his mana. He tried to contact the Empress, but there was no response. It seemed that this formation was the reason why Shangguan Li could not send messages. Shangguan Li walked over and said, We've been attacking this formation for 3 days, but there was no result. This formation can trap a 6th realm cultivator. Cui Ming used this to attract the strong cultivators of the imperial court. I didn't expect that the person who came was you. Her words made Li Mu very uncomfortable. It was as if he was here to die for nothing. It was not like he had never seen a formation that could trap a 6th realm cultivator to death. The last person, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, also set up a similar formation. Grass should have grown on his grave by now. Li Mu might not have the ability to set up such a formation. However, he had never been afraid of anyone who wanted him to destroy it. The formation was not the main point. Li Mu looked at Shangguan Li and asked, Where's Cui Ming? As Li Mu's voice fell, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the formation. Cui Ming floated outside the formation, his face full of surprise. Li Mu, it's actually you. Li Mu could tell that Cui Ming was very happy. Moreover, it was a joy that came from the bottom of his heart. There was not even a hint of hatred on his face. However, this was precisely the expression of hatred that was the deepest. Li Mu made him lose his reputation and his official position. He made him a fourth-rank official and the son-in-law of a dynasty. In just a few days, he became a wanted criminal. He made him work so hard for 20 years, but in a single night he was liberated. If Li Mu were in Cui Ming's shoes, he would also hate him. When hatred reached the extreme, it would also turn into joy. Of course, he was not happy because he was reunited with Li Mu after a long separation. He was happy because Li Mu had fallen into his hands. The black-robed man floated beside Cui Ming and asked, "He's Li Mu, the Li Mu who caused you to end up like this?" The smile on Cui Ming's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Li Mu with endless hatred and said, "When the time comes, don't kill him directly. I want him to suffer all kinds of torture in this world. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart." He was just a fourth-level cultivator. Emperor Song did not take him seriously at all. He said, "Do as you wish." Cui Ming floated in the air and sneered, "Li Mu, oh Li Mu. You didn't think that you would fall into my hands so soon, did you?" Li Mu looked up at him and said disdainfully, "You're not the son-in-law anymore, and you still call yourself this prince. The princess residence has now taken someone else's surname. There's a new son-in-law who calls himself this prince. He lives in your house and sleeps with your wife. Fortunately, you two don't have children. Otherwise he would beat your children." Cui Ming's face became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard." Shang Guanli asked in a low voice, "Are you telling the truth?" Li Mu said in a low voice, "I'm going to die anyway. Can't I just disgust him a little before I die?" Cui Ming seemed to be really disgusted. His face darkened and he left without saying a word. He did not even mock Li Mu anymore. Shang Guanli also did not say anything. She sat on a tree stump and stared blankly ahead. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Mu sat beside her and asked, "Are you afraid of dying?" Shang Guanli moved her but to the side and said indifferently, "What's there to be afraid of dying? I just don't want Her Majesty to be sad." Li Mu tilted his head and looked at her. He found that when she said this, her expression was very calm. It seemed that she really was not afraid. This made him look at Shang Guanli in a new light. She was about to die, but she was still thinking about whether others would be sad. She truly loved the Empress. If it were Li Mu, he would definitely not be able to do this. After a moment of silence, Shang Guanli took out a piece of fulu from her sleeve and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu looked at her and asked, "What are you doing?" Shang Guanli said expressionlessly, "This is a heaven-grade fulu. It can allow you to teleport hundreds of miles away. In a while, we will do our best to break this formation. You can immediately use this talisman to escape to the county city of Yunzhong County." Li Mu asked, "If you can break the formation, why don't you use it yourselves?" Shang Guanli said indifferently, "If we explode our primordial spirits together, we can attack the weak points of this formation. We can break a hole in this formation. You can take the opportunity to escape." The cultivation of Taoism cultivators was based on their primordial spirits. If their physical bodies died, their primordial spirits would not be destroyed and could be reborn. If their primordial spirits exploded, their souls would truly be destroyed. Li Mu never thought that Shang Guanli would give her only chance to live to him. She had always disliked him. Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Why?" Shang Guanli looked into the distance and said, "Her Majesty can do without us, but she can't do without you." At this moment, Li Mu suddenly felt some admiration for Shang Guanli. Although he did not like her much in the past, of course he coveted her position more. He wanted to replace her and become the Empress' closest vassal. But now it seemed that in some matters he would never be able to compare to Shang Guanli. Not only could she give her life for the Empress, she could even give her life for her love rival, her political rival, who often competed with her for favor. It was enough to show her unadulterated loyalty to the Empress. Shang Guanli finally looked at Li Mu and said, "If you can escape, I hope you can wholeheartedly assist Her Majesty in governing the Great Zhou so that Her Majesty can escape from that cage as soon as possible." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You make it sound so serious. Isn't it just a broken formation? It's not a big deal." Chapter 316. Author's note. I didn't expect it to rain at night. I couldn't get a taxi home after dinner, and it took too long to walk back, delaying my writing. In the end, I decided to pay a higher price and hailed a Mercedes-Benz. It's so expensive. If I don't write at least one chapter, I'll feel sorry for myself. I have to write more in the future to earn more money. Before coming to Yunzhong County, Li Mu didn't think that Shangguan Li and the others would be trapped by Cui Ming. With her strength, it was enough to deal with Cui Ming alone. Not to mention that she had these internal guard experts by her side. He only wanted to check on her situation on the way back to the North region, and then report to the Empress. He didn't expect that with so many people, they would still be defeated by Cui Ming. If they knew the result, the imperial court would definitely send Sixth Realm experts. Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu calmly. The array, he mentioned, had already trapped the 5 of them for 4 whole days. If it were any other time, Shangguan Li would inevitably scold Li Mu. However, at this moment, she didn't have the mood to scold Li Mu for his lack of knowledge. She said, attacking this array will backfire. Don't force yourself. Save your mana and try your best to escape later. Li Mu looked at her and asked, are you really willing to die for me? Shangguan Li said calmly, not for you, but for Her Majesty. Li Mu waved his hand and said, it's the same. He patted Shangguan Li's shoulder and said, don't worry, you won't die. I promised Her Majesty to bring you back safe and sound. If I go back alone, I won't have the face to see Her Majesty. You're still saying this at a time like this. Ugh. Shangguan Li just opened her mouth when Li Mu covered it. Li Mu raised his head to take a look and said, I happen to know of this formation. Although this formation is powerful, it's not like there's no way to break it. Including you, there are 5 5th-level cultivators here. That's enough. Shangguan Li took away Li Mu's hand, and didn't care about his rude behavior just now. She quickly asked, is what you said true? What Li Mu said was naturally true. The Tao of array formations came from ancient inheritances. Apart from the almighty of the Spirit Array sect, who could innovate from time to time, it was impossible for a kid from the Demon sect to create a new array formation. There were only a few powerful formations in the Demon sect. The 10 Ghosts God Trapping Formation, the 18 Een Prison Formation, and the Immortal Trapping Formation here. The power of this formation was about the same as the Great Formation of the 18 Hells. However, the person who set up this Immortal Trapping Formation knew how to make use of the surrounding terrain to borrow a portion of the power of heaven and earth. This made the power of this formation even more powerful than the Great Formation of the 18 Hells set up by Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. However, as long as it was an array formation, no matter how powerful it would have flaws. There was no perfect array formation in the world. This was something that every cultivator who studied array formations had to understand before they started learning array formations. Li Mu had once thought that meeting Thousand Illusions Shangren was his greatest calamity. Later, he increasingly realized that Thousand Illusions Shangren was actually the greatest gift that heaven had given him. He had obtained the experience and knowledge of a peak 6th realm heretical cultivation for free, although these things were useless in most cases. And Li Mu was a righteous path cultivator, and couldn't use evil path techniques. There would always be times when he could use them. For example, now. He observed for a while, picked up a branch, and drew 5 circles on the ground in different positions. Then he said to Shangguan Li and the other 4, you guys stand in these positions. Shangguan Li was still in disbelief. She asked, you really know array formations? Li Mu replied, a little. Shangguan Li looked into Li Mu's eyes. After a while, she slowly walked into a circle. In the past few days they had tried everything, but they couldn't make the array formation shake at all. She didn't believe that Li Mu had a way to break the array formation. But at this moment, they had no other choice. They could only try Li Mu's method. It would only be possible if they tried. Sitting here was just waiting for death. Even though she was already prepared to die, she wasn't willing to give up any chance of survival. The other 4 inner guard experts also knew this. They each chose a circle and stood in it. Outside the array formation, Cui Ming had already noticed their strange behavior. He asked Emperor Song, what are they trying to do? Emperor Song looked down and said, It's just a last-ditch struggle. Don't worry about them. Do you think the Great Zhou court will send people to save them? Cui Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and said, if it was just Shangguan Li alone, I wouldn't be so sure. But with that Li Mu, the court will definitely send people. Don't worry. Emperor Song said in surprise. Are you so sure? Cui Ming said coldly. This Li Mu is the Empress' only favorite official. She definitely won't let him die. Favorite official? Emperor Song's expression changed. He asked, do you think the Empress of the Great Zhou will come personally for him? Cui Ming looked at him and comforted him. Don't worry. What kind of status does the Empress have? How could she come personally? He is the Empress' favorite official, not her favorite concubine. Emperor Song looked at the young man trapped in the array formation and said, not necessarily. This person is so handsome. Cui Ming shook his head and said, that's even more impossible. When I was luring these people here, I received a message from the Meizong sect's secret agent in Xindu. This Li Mu is still a fledgling. Emperor Song was relieved and said, that's good. The Empress of the Great Zhou had the cultivation of the seventh realm. If she really came here, not to mention Emperor Song, even if the remaining Yama kings of the 9 halls and the Nether Saint gathered together, they would all die here. From then on, only 9 of the 10 demonic sects were left. The Soul sect would be completely wiped out. Cui Ming said, don't worry, Empress. As long as your array formation is fine, just wait for the fish to take the bait. Emperor Song said, don't worry. I learned this array formation from Lord Qianhuan. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden tremor under their feet. Emperor Song said in surprise, is it the earth dragon turning over? Cui Ming looked at the array formation and said in shock, it seems to be your array formation. Emperor Song quickly looked at the array formation and found that the originally stable array formation had begun to tremble slightly. Several people in the array formation were standing in different positions and attacking the array formation. Emperor Song's expression changed slightly, but he still said calmly, don't worry. This level of tremor can't shake the array formation. In the next moment, the array formation trembled even more violently. Cui Ming asked in horror, is it really fine? Emperor Song took a deep breath and said, it's fine. It's not a big problem. In the array formation, the way Shangguan Li and the others looked at Li Mu had completely changed. In the past few days, the 5 of them had joined forces and attacked with all their strength, but they couldn't shake the array formation at all. Instead, they suffered a lot of backlash. At this moment, after hearing Li Mu's words, they could shake the array formation to this extent just by changing their positions and using 50% of their mana. If they attacked with all their strength, it was not impossible to break the array formation. Thinking of this, the 5 of them were no longer distracted. They immediately urged their mana and attacked the array formation with all their strength. Under the fierce attacks of the 5 people, the array formation trembled even more violently, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Emperor Song finally couldn't keep calm and said quickly, stabilize the array formation with me. He and Cui Ming flew above the array formation and channeled all their mana into the array formation. The trembling of the array formation finally calmed down a little. 5 people on the inside and 2 people on the outside. They formed a kind of balance and entered into a stalemate. At this moment, Li Mu, who was in the array formation, flashed a green light in his hand and the Qingxian sword appeared. He urged the Qingxian sword and slashed at the array formation with all his might. The balance between the 2 sides was broken, and the array formation started to tremble violently again. Emperor Song and Cui Ming tried their best to stabilize the array formation, but they still couldn't stabilize it. At this crucial moment, Cui Ming looked down and shouted, what are you waiting for? Attack. As soon as he said this, one of the inner guards attacking the array formation suddenly changed the direction of his attack. He attacked with all his might and landed on another inner guard in front of him. Puff! The middle-aged woman was suddenly attacked by her companion. Her body flew out horizontally and blood spurted out. Her breath instantly weakened and her body landed heavily on the ground. She pointed at the person behind her and said in disbelief, you. The woman sneered and flew up. Under the control of Emperor Song, a gap appeared in the array formation. She flew out of the gap and the gap quickly closed. Without the attacks of the 5 people, the array formation immediately stabilized. The woman's body floated in the air and stood side by side with Emperor Song and Cui Ming. She looked down at everyone from above. Although she didn't say anything, the truth was obvious. Shang Guanli looked at her. At this moment, she thought about how Cui Ming was always able to escape before them all the way here. She was also the one who intentionally led them here. Shang Guanli realized something and gritted her teeth. So it's you. The woman smiled and said, Commander Shangguan, you realized it a little too late. There was a spy from the demon sect among the inner guards. One of the inner guards was severely injured by her sneak attack and could no longer use his strength. Only 3 of the original 5 fifth realm cultivators were left. The hope that had just been ignited in their hearts was extinguished just like that. At this moment, even if the 3 of them self-destructed their primordial spirits, they still wouldn't be able to break the array formation. Li Mu walked to the injured inner guard and asked, How are you? I won't die. The middle-aged woman struggled to stand up and asked Li Mu, Can the 3 of us break this array formation? What she meant was that she no longer had the power to break the array formation. Li Mu shook his head and said, Under normal circumstances, at least 5 fifth realm cultivators are needed to break this array formation. Shang Guanli was a little disappointed. She looked at Li Mu and said, It looks like we still have to die together. Li Mu also sighed and said, Plan A has failed. We can only carry out Plan B. Shang Guanli was stunned and asked, What Plan B? Li Mu said, Under normal circumstances, 5 fifth realm cultivators are needed to break this array formation. Under abnormal circumstances, I alone will be enough. Li Mu didn't want to do it himself when there were other ways. That was a method that would kill 1,000 enemies, but cost 800 of his own men. He didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. However, he had no other choice now. He looked at Shang Guanli and said, Commander Shang Guanli, can you do me a favor? Shang Guanli adjusted her transcendence energy to its peak and said seriously, What do you need me to do? Li Mu stretched out his hand and said, Can you support me a little? Shang Guanli looked at him blankly. Just a moment ago, she was already prepared to die. This contrast stunned her for a moment. However, she quickly regained her senses and supported Li Mu. She asked, And then? Li Mu said, You just need to support me. He took a deep breath and formed a seal with one hand in his sleeve. He looked up at the sky. Outside the array formation, Cui Ming and the woman suddenly felt their hair stand on end. An extreme fear arose in their hearts. Emperor Song's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the 2 of them by the shoulders and shouted, Retreat! The 3 figures flashed and instantly disappeared on the spot. Crack! The moment they retreated, something in the surroundings seemed to shatter. Puff! Li Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly weakened. Shang Guanli hurriedly supported him and asked with concern, Are you okay? Li Mu touched the corner of his mouth and said, I'm fine. The sturdiness of this formation was even greater than that of the 18 Hell formation. The power of the heavens and earth that had been surging into his body had been weakened even more. His strength had also made a qualitative leap compared to a few months ago. He had only suffered some minor injuries. Li Mu took out a few healing pills and threw them into his mouth. Shang Guanli and the others looked up at the sky with dazed expressions. Although they didn't know what just happened, the array formation that trapped them for 4 days above their heads disappeared just like that. Chapter 317. Seeing that the formation was broken, Cui Ming's face was filled with fear. Her voice was hoarse as she asked, Is this what you meant by no problem? How is this possible? Emperor Song's face was also filled with disbelief. The immortal trapping formation that he set up was even stronger than Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's 18 hellish formation. How could it be broken so easily? Even if it was unbelievable, the truth was right in front of his eyes. After Shang Guanli and the other 2 regained their senses, they immediately flew up. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they looked at the 3 figures in front of them. Out of the 4 internal guards, 1 betrayed them, 1 was severely injured, and only 2 were left. The severely injured woman no longer had the ability to fight. Including Shangguanli, there were 3 people on both sides. There was no need for words. In an instant, the 6 of them unleashed their powers and magic treasures and quickly engaged in battle. Although Emperor Song was at the 5th realm, he was clearly a powerful cultivator at the peak of the 5th realm. Shangguanli and the other internal guard attacked with all their might. Even with the advantage of Fulu's magic treasures, they were still suppressed by him. The other inner guard was entangled by the Devil Sex spy, and was unable to extricate himself. In this way, no one could take care of Cui Ming. Cui Ming looked at Li Mu with eyes full of hatred. She said sinisterly, "It's all because of you that I am today. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Li Mu said calmly, "Don't accuse me. You are today only because you are a beast." Cui Ming did not waste any more words with Li Mu. She formed a seal with her fingers and the air around them cracked. A few invisible wind blades flew towards Li Mu. The wind blades were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were beside Li Mu. Clang! Just as they were about to hit Li Mu, a golden armor suddenly appeared around Li Mu's body. The wind blades hit the golden armor and made a crisp sound. Li Mu stood in his original position and did not move. Golden armor talisman. Cui Ming's expression was ugly. Although the golden armor talisman was only earth rank, his cultivation was only in the creation realm. With his early stage creation realm strength, it would take a lot of effort to break the golden armor talisman. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Mu moved faster than him. A white light flashed in his hand, and a stack of Fulu appeared in his hand. Without thinking, he threw them all out. Rumble! Above Cui Ming's head, dark clouds gathered and purple thunderbolts flashed continuously. Cui Ming dodged a few purple heavenly thunderbolts in a sorry state. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and his hair stood on end. A golden sword talisman was thrusting towards his back. Clang! Cui Ming held a bronze mirror in his hand to protect his vitals. When the sword talisman hit the bronze mirror, it immediately shattered. Cui Ming's body was also sent flying several feet. Before he could come back to his senses, he suddenly felt a chill rising from below, as if it was going to freeze his primordial spirit. When he bent down to take a look, he realized that his feet had already been frozen, and the layer of ice was still spreading upwards. Under the layer of ice, there was a Fulu that emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Cui Ming slapped his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the blood landed on the layer of ice quickly melted. Cui Ming flew up and broke free from the layer of ice. In the next moment, he felt a burning sensation above his head. Cui Ming looked up and saw a Fulu burning and turning into a fire dragon. The fire dragon swung its tail and coiled around him. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Cui Ming was chased by the fire dragon, and he was still extremely depressed. Exactly how many high-grade talismans does this Li Mu possess? He's a 5th level expert, yet he was actually forced to only be on the defensive by Li Mu, who's a level lower than him. And he didn't have the slightest ability to retaliate, after using his mystique with great difficulty to kill the fire dragon. Another small golden sword pierced towards him from the front. Cui Ming swung his sword at the sword talisman with all his might. He did not notice that a small paper man had already flown behind him. The paper man stuck to Cui Ming's body. Cui Ming maintained his sword-swinging posture, and was rooted to the spot. Whoosh! The small golden sword was extremely fast, and was aimed at his forehead. At this moment, Cui Ming was unable to use his dermic powers. If he was pierced by the sword talisman, his primordial spirit might be able to escape, but his physical body would definitely perish. Bang! Seeing that Cui Ming was in trouble, Emperor Song abandoned Shangguanli and the expert inner guard and rushed over. He kicked Cui Ming away, and used one hand to grab the sword talisman. Black fog spread out from his hand, and the sword talisman struggled and buzzed a few times before dimming and completely collapsing. Emperor Song waved his hand, and the immobilization talisman on Cui Ming's body burned. He looked at Cui Ming and said, "You were actually forced into this state by a 4th level junior. Could it be that you only know how to enjoy yourself these years in the Immortals' capital, And neglected your cultivation? Cui Ming's face darkened. He said, "This person has countless treasures on him. You can try and see how difficult it is to deal with him." "Then I'll deal with him first," Emperor Song said lightly. His hands moved quickly and formed a huge ghost seal in the air. This ghost seal was 10 feet square. After it was formed, it smashed towards Li Mu's head with the speed of lightning. Li Mu still stood where he was. As the ghost seal descended, the golden armor on his body shattered. Just as the ghost seal was about to land on his body, Li Mu's body emitted a white light again. When the white light touched the ghost seal stopped in midair, unable to land and finally collapsed. Emperor Song's eyes were filled with shock. He blurted out, "An upper-grade heaven-class protective Dharma treasure." At this moment, he was cursing in his heart. Just how much did the Empress of the Great Zhou pamper Li Mu? An upper-grade heaven-class protective Dharma treasure was even more precious than Fulu and elixirs of the same level. It was also a rare item even for a 6th-level cultivator. Yet it was worn by a 4th-level cultivator. Even a 6th-level cultivator would need to attack with all his might to break through the defense of this Dharma treasure. Normal attacks below the 6th level were no different from scratching an itch to him. Shangguanli saw that Emperor Song also had his eyes on Li Mu, and was about to come over with the internal guard. Li Mu waved his hand at them and said, "You guys go deal with that spy first. Leave Cui Ming and this ghost to me." Shangguanli saw the white light on Li Mu's body and knew that the Empress must have given him an even more powerful Dharma treasure. Emperor Song and Cui Ming couldn't do anything to him for a while, so she wasn't worried anymore. She said to the middle-aged woman beside her, "Clean up the sect first, then help him." Emperor Song also looked at Li Mu and said to Cui Ming in a low voice, "You and I work together to deal with this person. This Dharma treasure requires mana to activate, and he's only a 4th-level cultivator. Let's see how long he can last." An upper-grade heaven-class Dharma treasure drained a lot of mana. This was because it was originally designed for 6th-level cultivators. Dongxian cultivators could use it continuously for 2 hours, but a divine-tier cultivator might not even be able to last for half an hour. In a situation where the outside world was constantly attacking, the duration would be even shorter. Li Mu's mind moved, and a pile of spiritual jades appeared at his feet. As he absorbed the spiritual energy in the spiritual jades, he used the swordsman formula to recover his mana using the power of heaven and earth around him. Only then did he manage to achieve a dynamic balance with the speed at which the Dharma treasure was draining his mana. Emperor Song and Cui Ming attacked Li Mu from afar, and their faces gradually showed signs of doubt. They originally thought that Li Mu would last for a while at most, but now that half an hour had passed, he still seemed to be in good spirits and did not look like he had overdrawn his mana at all. On the other hand, the two of them were the ones who were draining their mana continuously. If this continued, they might be the first to run out of mana. Emperor Song attacked a few more times and finally gave up. He said, "This person is strange. Spells and divine powers are useless against him. Let's get close and take his life." He stretched out his hands, and 2 ghostly long blades appeared in his hands. Cui Ming took out a folding fan from his waist. The two of them stopped attacking Li Mu from afar, and flew towards him. In a situation where the difference in mana was not too great, Li Mu was not afraid of anyone in close-range combat. However, regardless of whether it was Cui Ming or Emperor Song, their mana was far superior to his. In the face of absolute power, any technique was meaningless. If the examiners of the Ministry of War did not suppress their abilities to the 4th level, no matter how skilled Li Mu was in martial arts, he would not be a match for them in the combat examination. Emperor Song and Cui Ming, these 2 shameless people, one in the Destiny realm and the other in the peak of the Spectral Spirit realm, teamed up to bully him, who was at the 4th level. No matter how powerful Li Mu's divine powers and Dao techniques were, his cultivation was too low, and he would not be able to defeat the 2 of them together. Fortunately, ever since Lu Hanyan became Yuzhenzi's disciple, ever since he hugged the Empress' thigh, divine powers and Dao techniques were no longer his trump cards. Li Mu flipped his hand, and 2 Fulu cards appeared in his hand. He threw the Fulu out, and a golden light flashed on the Fulu. The 2 Fulu cards turned into 2 armored soldiers about 10 feet tall. The 2 armored soldiers held long halberds, and their bodies emitted 5th-level aura. These 2 golden armor soldier talismans were bestowed to him by the Empress. Although they were also at the heavenly level, they could not be compared to the one Li Mu obtained from Fulu School. Only a handful of talisman Dao experts in Fulu School could create 6th-level golden armor soldier talismans. However, Cui Ming and Emperor Song were only at the 5th level, and there was no need to use that trump card. The 2 golden armor soldier talismans were controlled by Li Mu, and they were telepathically connected to Li Mu. After they appeared, they went straight for Cui Ming and Emperor Song. What talisman is this? How many Fulu cards does he have? The 2 golden armor soldier talismans completely entangled Cui Ming and Emperor Song. Cui Ming was weaker and was quickly suppressed by the golden armor soldier. Emperor Song dealt with 1 golden armor soldier with ease. Li Mu simply let the 2 golden armor soldiers work together to deal with Emperor Song, and he threw out another stack of Fulu cards at Cui Ming. Cui Ming held a fan-shaped weapon in his hand and dealt with it in a pathetic manner. He had cultivated for many years, and he had never been so frustrated in a battle. This was not a battle at all, but a competition to see who was richer. He glared at Li Mu and said coldly, "Do you think you are the only one with Fulu?" He took out a Fulu card from his chest. His face showed a pained expression, but he still activated it without hesitation. The power of heaven and earth above Li Mu's head rippled, and a huge golden palm print appeared from the void and pressed down on him. This Fulu card was obviously not an ordinary item. The power of heaven and earth contained in this palm print was comparable to a normal attack from a 6th realm cultivator. Li Mu's armor artifact could withstand a 6th realm cultivator's attack, but it was not unlimited. In fact, the armor artifact could help him weaken the attack, but he still had to bear a portion of it himself. The armor artifact would also be damaged after taking several hits from a Dongxian cultivator. Even with the armor artifact, Li Mu could not avoid being injured after taking this hit. He did not even think, and threw out a few more Fulu cards. Light and shadow overlapped above Li Mu's head. A golden armor, a green shield, a tortoise shell, and a bell shadow protected him firmly. When the palm print pressed down, the golden armor was the first to crumble. The green shield lasted for a moment before crumbling as well. The tortoise shell and bell shadow were the last to crumble. After breaking through 4 barriers, the palm print was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It was easily neutralized by Li Mu's armor artifact. A few more Fulu cards appeared in Li Mu's hand. He looked at Cui Ming and said, "Do you have more?" Cui Ming's face was gloomy. He was not Li Mu. He did not have the Empress's favor, so he naturally did not have so many high-level Fulu cards. He no longer had any Fulu cards of that level. Even if he did, it would probably be wasted. Although he did not want to admit it, he had to admit that he could not do anything to Li Mu by himself. He could only hope that Emperor Song could destroy the 2 divine weapons, or exhaust their spiritual energy, so that they would dissipate on their own. Although the divine weapons were powerful, they would not exist for long. Cui Ming's mind wandered for a moment before he suddenly felt something tighten around his waist. He looked down and realized that a golden rope had wrapped around his waist. After being bound by the rope, Cui Ming's spiritual energy was immediately sealed. His body fell heavily from the sky. Li Mu walked slowly towards Cui Ming and kicked him heavily. He asked, "You still have time to be distracted when you are fighting others. Who are you looking down on?" Chapter 318. Before Lu Hanyan became Yu Zhenzi's disciple, and before Li Mu clung to the Empress' thigh, he was very frugal with his fights of magical power. Not to mention that there was no Fulu at that time. Even if there was, Li Mu would not bear to use it. At that time, he was carrying out missions, and getting injured was a common thing. Occasionally, he would even be seriously injured. But ever since Lu Hanyan entered Fulu school, and Li Mu became the Empress' close vassal, the situation completely changed. Fulu school naturally did not lack Fulu. Li Mu could not even imagine how rich the Empress' treasury was. Now he had the capital to be extravagant. If he was poor, he would use his tactics, and if he was rich, he would use his firepower to cover. In any case, if he ran out of Fulu, Lu Hanyan would give it to him. If his transcendent artifact was broken, the Empress would replace it for him. Li Mu was the woman behind Lu Hanyan, and the Empress was the woman behind him. With his own woman, there was no need to be polite. Cui Ming was tightly bound by the immortal binding chains, and his transcendence energy was restricted. When he heard Li Mu's words, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Fight of magical power? That damned Li Mu. He called throwing Fulu and launching a transcendent artifact sneak attack a fight of magical power? From beginning to end, had he ever used any magical power? On the other side, Emperor Song was entangled by two golden-armored soldiers. Although these two soldiers did not pose too much of a threat to him, they kept him firmly pinned down, preventing him from helping Cui Ming. Seeing Cui Ming captured so quickly, Emperor Song secretly cursed Cui Ming's incompetence. He was actually captured alive by a cultivator one level lower than him, but he could not watch him die without doing anything. With a low roar, his body turned into a cloud of ghost fog, enveloping the two golden-armored soldiers. Golden light shone brightly in the black fog, and soon, Li Mu lost contact with the two golden-armored soldiers. The black fog reformed into Emperor Song again, but his aura was now much weaker than before. It was not easy for him to defeat the two soldiers. After dealing with the two soldiers, Emperor Song rushed straight towards Li Mu. Li Mu casually threw out two Fulu, which turned into two golden-armored soldiers, blocking Emperor Song's figure. Emperor Song was already a little stunned. Such a precious Fulu, ordinary cultivators would carefully keep it as a life-saving trump card at a critical moment. However, such a precious Fulu was like an ordinary yellow paper in Li Mu's hands. He threw it away as he pleased. Even as an enemy, Emperor Song felt his heart ache when he saw this. Emperor Song was blocked by two more soldiers. Li Mu looked at Cui Ming on the ground, wondering if he should hand him over to the imperial court or kill him on the spot. Meizong had spent 20 years to help Cui Ming to the position of assistant minister of the secretariat. His position in Meizong must not be low, and he must know many secrets of the demon sect. It would be a waste to kill him just like that. Cui Ming's body was tied up, and he could not move. When he raised his head, he saw the murderous intent on Li Mu's face. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. His lips moved slightly, and no one knew what he was saying. The next moment, a white light flashed on his body, and his figure suddenly disappeared. The immortal binding lock fell to the ground, and Cui Ming's body reappeared 10 feet away. His face was as pale as paper, and his breath was extremely weak. At this moment, a scream came from Shangguan Li's direction. Under the siege of Shangguan Li and another expert internal guard, that demon sect spy's body was quickly destroyed. His primordial spirit was also captured and trapped in a magic treasure. Shangguan Li and the middle-aged woman flew over and said, "Kill Cui Ming and leave his primordial spirit behind." The two controlled their flying swords and attacked Cui Ming, while Li Mu stood aside and watched. Cui Ming had just escaped from the immortal binding lock with some kind of secret technique. He was already seriously injured, and was no match for the two of them. Cui Ming looked at the two and roared, "You forced me to do this." He suddenly opened the folding fan in his hand, took out 7 ribs, and quickly stabbed them into 7 parts of his body. Then he took out a piece of Fulu and swallowed it. Whoosh! Whoosh! All of this happened very quickly. After Cui Ming did all this, Shangguan Li and the expert internal guard's flying swords were already in front of him. One sword was aimed at his chest, the other at his throat. When the two flying swords were only an inch away from Cui Ming's body, they both stopped. Cui Ming stretched out his hands and grabbed the two flying swords. The two flying swords struggled in his hands. Cui Ming clenched his fists, and the two flying swords directly shattered. Poof! Shangguan Li and the middle-aged woman were mentally connected to their magic treasures. When their magic treasures were destroyed, the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood. They stared at Cui Ming in shock. To be able to crush their magic treasures with his bare hands. What cultivation level was Cui Ming at now? Cui Ming threw the shattered flying swords on the ground, and looked at them indifferently. His aura quickly climbed from early-stage creation realm to mid-stage creation realm, and then to peak creation realm. It did not stop until he broke through a certain barrier. A powerful pressure suddenly descended. Li Mu had felt this pressure from cultivators at the 6th level before. Emperor Song noticed the change in Cui Ming. After being stunned for a moment, he forced the 2 golden-armored soldiers back and said respectfully, "Emperor Song, one of the 10 kings of hell under the Nether Hell Saint, greets the Heavenly Lord." Cui Ming glanced at him. There was only indifference and disdain in his eyes. It was obvious that he did not take him seriously. Li Mu noticed that Emperor Song had addressed Cui Ming as Heavenly Lord. He carefully observed this person. As expected, although he still had Cui Ming's aura on him, his temperament and strength were poles apart from Cui Ming's. Cui Ming had obviously used the divine power of self-sacrifice to make a powerful cultivator of the demon sect descend from a distance. This powerful cultivator was at least at the 7th level. Only a 7th level cultivator could raise Cui Ming's strength so much from a distance. Li Mu had inherited the memories of the 1,000 Illusions venerable master, so he was not unfamiliar with the powerful cultivators of the demon sect. There was only one 7th level cultivator of the demon sect who had the title of Heavenly Lord. That was the great elder of the demon sect's Mirage sect, the Heavenly Lord of Myriad Illusions, who held a prominent position in the demon sect's 10 sects. This person's cultivation was at the 7th level, and his strength far surpassed that of the 1,000 Illusions venerable master. Of course, his actual body was very far away from here. This was only his avatar. Li Mu ordered the 2 golden-armored soldiers to give up on Emperor Song and go straight for Cui Ming. He wanted to test his strength first. Cui Ming, who was possessed by the Heavenly Lord of Myriad Illusions avatar, glanced indifferently at the 2 golden-armored soldiers. He reached out his right hand and clenched it lightly. The 2 golden-armored soldiers' bodies were restrained. They immediately collapsed and turned into specks of golden light. This was the difference between the 6th level and the 5th level. This difference was almost impossible to make up for. Shangguan Li's expression had already become very serious. After Cui Ming's aura soared to the 6th level, she knew that even though they had broken the array, they would not be able to escape today. She stuffed the fulu into Li Mu's hand and said, "We'll hold him back for a while. You take the opportunity to escape. Yunzhong County is no longer safe. Go to Baiyun Mountain as fast as you can." Li Mu asked, "Can you stop him?" Shangguan Li said in a low voice, "It's enough for you to activate this talisman and escape." Li Mu said helplessly, "Can you stop thinking about dying all the time?" Shangguan Li looked at Cui Ming and said, "His current strength has already reached the 6th level. If it weren't for that demon sect spy, we would still have hope. But now, if you don't leave, we can only die together." Li Mu said, "I still have a high-grade heaven tier fulu. It can summon a 6th level gold-armored soldier." Shangguan Li was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Then hurry up and take it out." Li Mu hesitated for a moment and said, "I can't bear to." This fulu was his final trump card. It was too wasteful to use it on Cui Ming. Li Mu did not believe that the 10,000 Illusions god was really so powerful. Just a divine clone from a distance was enough to let Cui Ming cross a major realm. Even if he did look like a 6th level, he was definitely not as strong as a true 6th level. Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu. Her lips moved, but she suddenly did not know what to say. At this moment of life and death, he could not bear to part with a fulu. She really wanted to burrow into Li Mu's heart and see what he was thinking. Li Mu walked in front of Shangguan Li and said, "You two rest for a while first. I'll test him." Shangguan Li was at a loss. Cui Ming was already at the 6th level. No matter how powerful Li Mu's Dharma treasure was, it was still at the 4th level. The difference of 2 major realms could not be bridged, however. In the next moment, she realized that Li Mu's aura was also continuing to rise. Early stage divine power, mid stage divine power, peak stage divine power, early stage creation realm, mid stage creation realm. His aura finally stabilized at the mid stage creation realm. It was even stronger than Shangguan Li's. Shangguan Li looked at Li Mu in a daze. At this moment, there seemed to be an illusion overlapping on his body. It was the illusion of a woman. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands and chanted in his heart. "Heaven and earth are limitless, borrow the power of the universe. The power is born from the heart and grows endlessly. Heavenly Lord Tai, as the law commands. The Qingxian sword turned into thousands of sword shadows and slashed toward Cui Ming. Cui Ming raised his hands and a golden light shield appeared around his body. The sword shadows fell on the light shield and shattered. When the last sword light fell, the light shield was also full of cracks and shattered. Li Mu's hand seals changed again and he chanted, "Heaven and earth are limitless. Receive the order of the wind and thunder. The dragon fights in the wild, destroy all. Heavenly Lord Tai, as the law commands." When the last word command fell, wind and thunder suddenly erupted around Cui Ming. Green squall and purple lightning wrapped around Cui Ming's body. Emperor Song retreated. The lightning made one's scalp tingle. The green squall seemed to be able to suppress the soul and primordial spirit. Just by getting closer, his primordial spirit felt like it was going to be blown away. He looked at Li Mu with a terrified gaze. It was no wonder that Cui Ming would fall into this person's hands. He looked like he was only at the fourth realm, but whether it was his Fulu Dharma treasure or his Abhijna Dao technique, they were all incredible. Even if a strong person at the peak of the fifth realm encountered him, they would not be at an advantage. After a while, the wind and thunder dissipated. Cui Ming's clothes were tattered and his hair was disheveled. His body was charred and his aura was much weaker than before. He looked at Li Mu with a murderous gaze and said eerily, "You've had enough fun. It's my turn now, right?" In the blink of an eye, he pointed a finger at Li Mu. Li Mu's expression flickered as he said, "That's right." In the void, the power of heaven and earth vibrated violently. A huge finger quickly formed and pointed at Li Mu and Shangguanli. The finger landed heavily, bringing with it a strong pressure. Li Mu and Shangguanli were locked in place by this finger, and could not escape. Li Mu changed his hand seals again, and silently recited the third sentence of the Demon Slayer protective incantation. Fu Hua Heavenly King, descend upon the one of heaven. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, yin-yang mystical art. Heavenly Lord Tai, command urgently. The yin-yang twin fish appeared above his head and formed a huge Taiji diagram. When the finger landed on the Taiji diagram, it did not cause any ripples and was directly swallowed by the Taiji diagram. Heavenly Net, Earth Yamaraja, unsheathed sword of wisdom, slay demons and spirits. Heavenly Lord Tai, command urgently. Li Mu changed his hand seals for the last time. The thick power of heaven and earth condensed into an illusory sword in front of him. After this sword appeared, it instantly disappeared, and pierced through Cui Ming's chest at an incomprehensible speed. Emperor Song's face was extremely pale. That illusory sword made him feel extreme fear from the bottom of his heart. He was sure that if this sword pierced through his body, only the 8 kings of hell would be left under the nether hell saint. After being pierced by the illusory sword, Cui Ming's body did not change much. However, his aura dropped from the early stage of the 6th realm to the 5th realm. At the same time, the aura on his body also disappeared. Li Mu could no longer feel the aura of the Lord of Illusions. He clapped his hands and looked at Cui Ming, who was struggling to get up. That's it. Chapter 319. After the avatar of the Lord of Illusions was killed, Cui Ming's primordial spirit took over the body again. He crawled up from the ground with difficulty, blood still gushing out from the bloody holes on his body. At this moment, his clothes were ragged and his hair was disheveled. Wrinkles appeared on his originally handsome face, and he looked more than 10 years older. He sacrificed his lifespan in exchange for the avatar of the Lord of Illusions to descend. The price was that his lifespan was reduced by at least 10 years, and his cultivation level dropped to the 4th realm. But even so, he was still defeated. In terms of Fulu and magic treasures, he was not as good as Li Mu. In terms of magical powers, he was still inferior. Li Mu had just used a powerful Dao technique that even the avatar of the Lord of Illusions could not escape. Shangguanli and the 2 internal guards were already prepared to die, but they also watched as Li Mu used a series of moves to beat Cui Ming back to his original state. In a short 15 minutes, they went from despair to hope, and then to despair again. In the extreme darkness, they welcomed the final light. After a short silence, A black-robed figure burst into a cloud of black fog and quickly fled. Want to run? Li Mu looked in the direction that Emperor Song disappeared, and in the next moment, his figure also disappeared. Not long after, in the distant mountains, there were bursts of powerful magical power fluctuations. After 15 minutes, Li Mu's figure floated back to the original place. Shangguan Li and the internal guard had already tied up Cui Ming. Shangguan Li walked over and looked at Li Mu with a complicated gaze, and asked, "Where is Emperor Song?" Li Mu stretched out his hand, and a cloud of pure soul power floated in his palm. Suhi could have completely awakened a few days ago, but she had been stabilizing her cultivation level in the ice coffin. Suhi used half a year to refine Thousand Illusions' honored master's soul energy. Then she absorbed the soul energy of those ghosts. Under the effects of the origin pill, when she awoke from the ice coffin, she actually advanced to the middle stage of the ghost soul realm. At that moment, she possessed Li Mu, which meant that Li Mu had the strength of a mid-stage blessed realm cultivator. This allowed him to perform the complete fourth level of the demon-slaying protection art, as well as the first 6 words of the 9 syllables. Even if he did not use his fulu or magical equipment, he would still be able to fight against an opponent in the early stage of the 6th stage. Using Cui Ming's body, the Heavenly Lord of Illusions avatar could not unleash the true strength of a 6th realm cultivator. It was not difficult to kill him. As for Emperor Song, he was only a late-stage spectral soul, so it would be even easier to deal with him. Shangguan Li looked at the soul power of Emperor Song in Li Mu's hand, and her expression became even more complicated. She did not expect that there would be a spy from the demon sect among her subordinates, nor did she expect that Cui Ming would have such a powerful trump card. If Li Mu had not arrived in time, they would have been completely wiped out this time. Suhi walked out of Li Mu's body, and Li Mu gave her the soul power of Emperor Song. Then he looked at Cui Ming and said, "Cui Ming is right here. Sister Su can do whatever you want with him." Shangguan Li finally understood that the reason why Li Mu could kill the Heavenly Lord of Illusions avatar was because of this female ghost in front of her. She hesitated and thought for a moment before saying, "Cui Ming is a spy from the demon sect, so he must know a lot of secrets of the demon sect. Can we bring him back to the divine capital first, and search his soul, before you can do whatever you want with him?" Cui Ming had also seen Suhi. He knelt on the ground and begged, "Suhi, I was wrong in the past. Seeing that we were once engaged, please spare me." Suhi looked at Cui Ming. Her gaze was calm, and there were no ripples. She was not as hysterical as Madame Chu when she saw Cui Ming. There was not even hatred in her eyes. She only looked at Cui Ming for a moment before looking away. She said calmly, "You can do whatever you want with him." Cui Ming's crying was too noisy. Shangguan Li decided to seal his primordial spirit. Li Mu's ears were finally much quieter. He took out the spiritual snail and injected his mana into it. He transmitted his voice, "Your Majesty, I have already met up with Commander Shangguan. Cui Ming has also been captured. Your Majesty need not worry." Soon a voice came from the spiritual snail. "You and Ali are not injured, right?" Li Mu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Commander Shangguan was slightly injured, but it's not a big deal." Li Mu saw that Shangguan Li was looking at the spiritual snail. He passed it to her and said, "You can talk to Her Majesty." Shangguan Li took the spiritual snail and walked to the side. Li Mu looked at Suhi and asked, "Don't you want to take revenge with your own hands?" When Li Mu first met Suhi, her hatred for Cui Ming was no less than Madame Chu's. But now, she could no longer feel any hatred from Suhi. Suhi said calmly, "He's going to die anyway. Why should I dirty my hands?" Li Mu looked at her and seemed to understand something. She did not let Cui Ming go. She let herself go. Like Madame Chu, she had a deep hatred for Cui Ming. But in Madame Chu's eyes, there was only hatred. If women were compared to water, Madame Chu would be a pool of stagnant water. Suhi would be a cheerful mountain spring, always full of life and vitality. Compared to a pool of stagnant water, Li Mu still preferred a lively mountain spring. He was very gratified that Suhi could walk out of her hatred. Her memory was still stuck at the battle with the treant and the encirclement of a group of ghosts. Li Mu had already told her what happened after, but she still had some questions. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "What about her?" Li Mu knew who she was asking about. He said, "After you fell asleep, I let her go. If she hadn't stopped those ghosts for a moment, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see you again." Suhi's gaze was somewhat complicated. She had once thought that the female corpse, who had given birth to her own consciousness under the water, would be her mortal enemy, but after she broke out of the formation, she only felt a closeness from her bloodline, because they were originally one. At this time, Shangguanli walked over and handed the spiritual conch to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you." Li Mu accepted the spiritual conch and waved his hand, saying, "No need to be so polite. We're all on the same side. Besides, Cui Ming and I also have a great hatred. Even without you, I would have killed him." Suhi looked at Li Mu and asked, "What hatred do you have against Cui Ming?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he said unhappily, "You heartless person. What hatred do I have against Cui Ming? Didn't I do it for you?" Suhi rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm a ghost. I don't have a heart to begin with." Li Mu had never taken advantage of Suhi verbally, so he stopped bickering with her. He just reminded Shangguanli, "There should be spies from the Meizong sect among the internal guards. You have to remind His Majesty that Cui Ming's capture should not be made public for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy. Since the incarnation of Lord of Illusions was killed, he must have already known that Cui Ming was captured. Perhaps he will remind the spies from the Meizong sect. From now on, we must keep an eye on all suspicious figures in the internal guards and the imperial court." Shangguanli nodded and said, "I know." Li Mu asked again, "How will you return to Luoyang?" Emperor Song was dead, and Cui Ming was also captured. The demon sect would not let it go. They might ambush them on the way. Shangguanli said, "His Majesty will send someone to escort us." Then she realized something and asked, "You're not going back with us?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm here on vacation. I just came to see if there were any accidents here. Now that the matter has been resolved, there's nothing else for me to do. You can go back to North County or Yunzhong County first, and wait for His Majesty to send someone to escort you." Li Mu was Shangguanli's subordinate in name. However, Shangguanli did not say anything about his orders. He had already used his strength to prove that only by listening to him could they overcome all kinds of dangers. Shangguanli and the 3 internal guards, one was seriously injured and 2 were lightly injured. Li Mu first escorted them back to North County and settled them in the county government. Then he and Suhi went to a village outside Yangqiu County. Suhi stood in front of a collapsed house at the entrance of the village and did not move for a long time. An old man walked out of a wooden door next door. He looked at Li Mu in confusion and asked, "Young man, where are you from? What are you doing here?" Li Mu pointed at the collapsed house and asked, "Old man, where are the people who used to live here?" "Dead, they're all dead." The old man shook his head and said, "Ever since Xiaohe went missing, her parents also left in less than 2 years. Sigh, it's been almost 20 years. I don't know if Xiaohe is still alive." Li Mu glanced at Suhi beside him and asked, "Old man, where are they buried?" The old man did not answer directly this time. Instead, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Young man, who are you? Why are you asking about this?" Li Mu said, "I'm a relative of this family." The old man looked at Li Mu and Suhi in confusion. Then he pointed to a place not far away and said, "It's over there." The old man buried them personally. Seeing Li Mu and Suhi walk over, he scratched his head that did not have many strands of hair, and said in surprise, "This girl looks familiar. Where have I seen her before?" Su family village, in the field at the entrance of the village. Suhi knelt in front of a lone grave, and did not say a word. Li Mu did not say anything either. He silently removed the weeds on the grave. Suhi's death was an accident. Before she died, she had a deep resentment, so she could become a Yin spirit. However, her parents had died a normal death. Their souls had truly dissipated. After removing the weeds on the grave, he did not disturb Suhi. He returned to the entrance of the village and knocked on the wooden door. The old man came out again and asked, "Young man, is there anything else?" Li Mu took out a few banknotes and handed them to the old man. He said, "I'm a relative of this family. Thank you for burying them. Please accept this money as our gratitude." The old man took the banknotes in a daze. When he came back to his senses, the young man in front of him had already walked away. He looked down at the banknotes in his hand and still found it hard to believe. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Only then did he realize that these were really banknotes. Each banknote was worth 100 taels of silver. He had never seen so much money in his life. When he thought of the girl's appearance again, he suddenly thought of something. He shivered and hurriedly ran into the house. As he ran, he said, "Wife, come out quickly. I seem to have met a ghost just now. Come and see if I'm holding a banknote in my hand." Walking out of the Su family village, Li Mu saw that Suhi's mood had obviously improved. He asked, "What are you going to do next?" Suhi shook her head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you go to Luoyang with me? If we work together, we won't be afraid of Dongxian. I have a big house in Luoyang. You can choose a yard." Suhi rolled her eyes and said, "I'm a woman. I'm so young and unmarried. What am I to you if I follow you without any status?" Li Mu thought of what she had just said and said, "You just said that you're a ghost, not a human. Besides, how are you young?" The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. Li Mu's face suddenly revealed a bright smile. He said, "How is Sister Su young?" Young is used to describe women after the age of 18. In my heart, you will always be 18. Chapter 320. For women, age was a taboo after the age of 18. Suhi actually did not have this problem. She was 18 when she died. From then on, her life would forever be fixed at 18 years old. From a certain point of view, even after 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years, she would still be 18. In Yangqiu County, in the old mansion in the county, Li Mu and Suhi ate the hot pot that she had been longing for a long time. Suhi did not directly promise him that she would go to Luoyang with him in 3 months, but she did not reject him either. She felt guilty for her late parents and wanted to stay here to watch over their graves for a month. For the past 20 years, Suhi had been trapped in the Gulf of Clearwater. What she had experienced the most, besides hatred, was loneliness. In the past, she had often blamed Li Mu for not accompanying her. Li Mu had simply released 2 female ghosts, one big and one small, to accompany her. Suhi was obviously bored out of her wits. Li Mu ate hot pot with her 3 times in 2 days. On the 3rd day, Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li arrived at Yangqiu County. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of War came with them. He was under the Empress' orders to escort Shangguan Li and the others back to the divine capital. Most of the 6th realm cultivators in the imperial court were senior officials. The Empress' inner guard had only been established for a short period of time, so there weren't any cultivators above the 6th realm. However, the imperial court had the consecration department, which had many independent cultivators recruited by the imperial court. But this operation was top secret. For safety reasons, the Empress still sent the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. The Ministry of War and White Deer Institute had always been neutral. They didn't involve themselves in the imperial court. The generals guarded the borders of the Great Zhou. Even if there was a change of regime in the Great Zhou, they wouldn't withdraw their troops. The officials of the Ministry of War were loyal to the current ruler. This time, when they went to Yingzhou to investigate, they passed by Yunzhong County and met Madame Chu, who was looking for Shangguan Li and the others. This was the first time that Suhi and Mrs. Chu had met. Li Mu was a little worried that they would have a conflict, so he secretly looked in their direction a few times. Seeing that they didn't seem to have any intention of fighting, he gradually relaxed. In the corner of the courtyard, Mrs. Chu looked at Suhi and said apologetically, "Miss Su, I'm sorry. At that time, I only knew that you went missing. I didn't know that you were killed by that beast, Cui Ming." Suhi shook her head slightly and said, "You were also harmed by Cui Ming. You don't have to apologize to me." Madame Chu heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I still have to thank you." If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that my soul would have dissipated long ago, and I wouldn't have had the chance to personally take revenge. Suhi was a little surprised and asked, "Why do you say that?" Madame Chu said, "Back in the northern county, in order to take revenge, I became a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Later on, I almost made a big mistake. Originally, I was going to die at the hands of Lord Cui Ming, but Lord Li learned of my old grudge with Cui Ming and spared my life. He brought me to Luoyang to find an opportunity to identify Cui Ming and take revenge on you." Suhi glanced at Li Mu, who was not far away. Li Mu didn't tell her about these things. She only knew that Cui Ming was a spy from the demon sect, and was being hunted down by the Great Zhou court. She didn't know that there were so many twists and turns before this matter. As for Cui Ming, she didn't tell Li Mu in detail. She only mentioned it twice. When Li Mu woke her up from her deep sleep, Cui Ming was already in front of her, waiting for her to personally take revenge. Obviously, although Li Mu didn't ask her, he kept this matter in mind. She looked at Madame Chu and asked, "What exactly happened in between?" Li Mu didn't look in the direction of Suhi and Madame Chu anymore. This was because Mr. May's stare made her feel a little uneasy. Mr. May looked him up and down. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" Li Mu played dumb and said, "Do what?" Mr. May said, "Don't play dumb with me. You're just a level 4 cultivator. How did you defeat Cui Ming, who was possessed by a level 6 cultivator?" Li Mu looked in the direction of Suhi and said, "This is all thanks to Sister Su. If she didn't possess my body, the avatar of the Lord of Illusions could crush me with one finger." Mr. May glanced at him and said, "Don't give me that. She's just a level 5 cultivator. Do you think it's so easy to make up for the difference of a level?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "Actually, after Cui Ming was possessed, his aura was just a little stronger. In reality, he wasn't that strong. With Sister Su's mana and the Dao techniques that my master taught me, it's not strange that I defeated him." Mr. May looked at him. It was still uncertain whether Li Mu's old man master really existed. This reason wasn't very convincing, but she couldn't ask anymore. At this time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War said, "Where is Cui Ming? If we delay, there might be changes. To prevent the demon sect from leaking information, I'll search his soul first. Then, I'll immediately send a message to Luoyang to find the spy in the court." While Shangguan Li and the others were recuperating in the county office, Cui Ming, whose primordial spirit was sealed, was temporarily kept in the flask heaven space by Li Mu to avoid any accidents. As long as he was with Suhi, after the two of them combined, even if the demon sect sent someone of the elder level, they wouldn't be able to bring Cui Ming back. Li Mu waved his hand and Cui Ming rolled out of the flask heaven space. When he was in Luoyang, he was still the assistant minister of the secretariat and the emperor's son-in-law. Without sufficient evidence, it wasn't easy to search his soul. Even if Cui Ming was willing, the court had to use gentle methods to search his soul. But because those methods were too gentle, the results were mediocre and couldn't guarantee the results of the soul search. There was also a violent method to search one's soul. It could forcibly read one's memories and there was no way to hide it. But this violent method caused great damage to the primordial spirit, and couldn't be recovered. If this method was used on an official in the court just because of suspicion, the order of the Great Zhou court would completely collapse. But Cui Ming didn't have so many restrictions now. He was no longer a fourth-rank official, nor was he the emperor's son-in-law. He was going to die anyway. Before he died, even if he was searched into a lunatic or an idiot, no one would have any objections. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of War glanced at the unconscious Cui Ming. He reached out and pressed his hand on his head. His palm glowed with a white light. Gradually, Cui Ming's body began to twitch unconsciously. His expression was ferocious and the veins on his forehead bulged. His blood vessels wriggled like earthworms. It was obvious that he was in great pain. After a while, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War retracted his hand and said with a solemn expression, "Among the 4 internal guards, other than the woman you captured, there are 4 others who have been bewitched by Cui Ming to become spies for the Meizong sect." Mr. May said in shock, "There are spies in the Meizong sect as well?" The left assistant minister of the Ministry of War nodded and said, "This is just Cui Ming's bewitchment. Who knows how many more spies from the demon sect are hidden in the Great Zhou court?" After searching Cui Ming's soul, they only found 4 people. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't out of Li Mu's expectations. If spies from the demon sect were discovered by the court, only death awaited them. Therefore, they kept their identities as spies a secret. In order to ensure that their identities weren't leaked, spies didn't know each other in most cases. They could only contact each other through a single line. Different spies didn't know each other's identities. This method made it so that even if the court found one spy, they couldn't follow the vine to the melon and find more spies. However, this method also had a fatal flaw. This reminded Li Mu of the infernal affairs. If the spies died, their identities would never be exposed. Not to mention the court, even the Maison sect didn't know that they had such a spy in the court. There was a possibility that if the spy went back on his word or realized that he was promoted faster in the court, as long as he killed the spies, he could completely clear his identity and become a good citizen of the Great Zhou. He could even become an important official in the court. Of course, the benefits of a single line of communication were obvious. Even if the court caught such an important person like Cui Ming, they could only get rid of a few insignificant people in the internal guards. For the Maison sect, it wasn't much of a loss. Mr. May said with a sullen face, "When His Majesty just ascended the throne, we were too careless when we formed the internal guards. This time, when we return to Luoyang, we must completely clean up the internal guards." She looked at Li Mu and asked, "You really don't want to go back with us?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I've been busy for more than half a year. Let me take a break and spend time with my family." Mr. May wanted to say that His Majesty also needed someone to accompany him. He was the only one in the Great Zhou who could accompany His Majesty. However, she couldn't say it out loud. She could only say, "His Majesty doesn't have many people who can be used. Try to come back as soon as possible." Li Mu nodded and said, I know." Then, he glanced at the unconscious Cui Ming who had been violently soul-searched and asked, "What should we do with him?" Mrs. Chu walked over from the side and asked, "Can you leave him to me?" Mr. May and Sheng Guanli looked at each other and nodded. Cui Ming was useless now. Bringing him back to Luoyang was also a dead end. He used to be an important official in the court, and the emperor's son-in-law. If they brought him back to Luoyang to be executed, everyone would know about it. It would be a loss of face for the court. Mrs. Chu carried the unconscious Cui Ming into Li Mu's former study and closed the door. What are you doing? Don't come over. Yin-er, it's all my fault. I beg you to let me go. Let me go. In the room, Cui Ming's horrified voice could be heard. At first, he was still able to speak a complete sentence. Later, all that was left was a series of blood-curdling screams. Sheng Guanli and Mr. May decisively sealed off their hearing. Li Mu listened to the blood-curdling screams in the room and shuddered. He didn't hesitate to shut off his hearing. After a while, Mrs. Chu walked out of the room expressionlessly. Everything in the room was the same as before. It was as if nothing had changed. However, Cui Ming, who she had just brought in, had completely disappeared. Li Mu sighed in his heart. He probably wouldn't be able to live in this house in peace in the future. It was a pity that his old house. Chapter 321. Cui Ming finally got what he deserved. What goes around comes around. Mrs. Chu died because of him, and he also died in her hands, or perhaps in her mouth. Mrs. Chu had been living for revenge for the past 20 years. Now that she had gotten her revenge, she felt a little lost. Mr. May thought for a while and asked, "What do you plan to do in the future?" Mrs. Chu shook her head and said, "I don't know." Mr. May said, "If you don't have anywhere to go, you can come back to Fairy's capital with us. If you're willing to become an internal guard, the Imperial Court can provide you with the resources you need for cultivation." After the spy incident was exposed this time, the internal guard suffered a great loss, especially the 5th Realm Devil Sect spy. Among the internal guards without a 6th realm, he was already considered a core force. Every loss of one was a great loss to the internal guards. Mrs. Chu was strong enough and had a clean background. She was the most suitable person to recruit. Mrs. Chu was obviously hesitant. She looked at Li Mu. Li Mu said, "This is your own business. You can decide for yourself." Mrs. Chu thought for a while and nodded. "I'm willing." She had to thank two people for getting her revenge. One was Li Mu, and the other was the Empress. Li Mu didn't need her to stay by his side. She could only do something for the Empress to repay her kindness. Mr. Mei and Shangguanli left under the escort of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Li Mu lay on a stone chair in the courtyard and sighed in relief. It's finally over. He had been worried about Cui Ming's matter for several months, and now the dust had finally settled. He had gotten his revenge on Suhi. He had also escaped from the Bay of Clearwater and regained his freedom. He had also reconciled with the female corpse. Li Mu had a lot of things off his mind. He felt relaxed. He lay on the stone chair. A pair of hands rested on his shoulders and gently massaged them. Left, a little to the left. Yes, here. A little to the right. Over, come back a little. Li Mu closed his eyes comfortably. Then he realized that Wan Wan and Xiaobai were not here. Who was massaging his shoulders? He immediately opened his eyes. Suhi looked at him with a smile and asked, "Are you comfortable?" Li Mu stood up and hurriedly said, "I didn't know it was you." Just as he stood up, he was pressed down by Suhi. She put her hand on Li Mu's shoulder and said, "You helped me take revenge. Consider it as me repaying you." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "What kind of relationship do we have?" "There's no need to talk about repayment," Suhi asked. "What's our relationship?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "You saved my life and I saved yours. We are friends of life and death. We are not brother and sister, but we are more than brother and sister." Suhi said, "Only brother and sister?" They blazed a new path outside of the great Tao of remarkable abilities, so they paid more attention to the inheritance of the school. Most cultivators could learn the Tao of remarkable abilities, but Fulu alchemy and the Tao of formations had a higher requirement of talent. Fulu and alchemy were especially difficult. Almost all cultivators could get started, but if they wanted to take a step further and become a master of talisman and pill Tao, it wouldn't be so easy. The Empress was extremely wealthy, but she could only give Li Mu normal heaven-level Fulu. In the current cultivation world, Fulu mid-level heaven level and above could only be made by Fulu school. If he kept getting Fulu from Lu Hanyan and the Empress, he would be suspected of living off them. As a man, Li Mu's pride wouldn't allow him to keep relying on women. Now that he had enough free time, he could study the Tao of Fulu in Fulu school. In the future, he would be able to draw them himself. On White Cloud Peak, Li Mu was in seclusion studying Fulu. In the ghost region of Yudu, on a mountain peak that was forever shrouded by the curtain of night, there was an eerie palace. A black shadow that had just finished his seclusion looked at an extinguished soul lamp in the palace and roared angrily. "Who exactly killed Emperor Song? If I catch you, I will definitely extract your soul and refine it." The few ghost generals that were kneeling in the palace trembled under the pressure of this powerful aura. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon had just died for less than a year, and now Emperor Song had been murdered. In a short period of time, only 8 of the 10 kings of hell were left. In the future, they might as well call him the 8th king of hell. The black shadow rushed into the sky and quickly disappeared into the endless night sky. Country of Demons, southeast 100,000 mountains. The southeast of the demon country was adjacent to the northwest of the Great Zhou. The 100,000 mountains span the demon country and the Great Zhou, connecting the Life continent and the Zhu continent. The country of demons wasn't like the Great Zhou, which was a unified country. The demon country was divided by demons. Within the Life continent, there were no less than 100 demon countries of various sizes. The larger demon countries ruled over a region, while the smaller demon countries relied on the larger demon countries to survive. In the demon capital of a certain demon country, in the palace, an extremely handsome middle-aged man walked out of an underground secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, everyone, including the demon king of the demon country, knelt down and said loudly, "Greetings, Heavenly Lord." The handsome middle-aged man said indifferently, Cui Ming is dead. The men and women kneeling outside the secret chamber were all unusually handsome. One of the men said in shock, Heavenly Lord already sent a clone to help him. How could he still die? Could it be that the Great Zhou country sent an expert of the upper realm? The middle-aged man waved his hand, and an image appeared in the sky. In the image, there were 7 bloody holes on Cui Ming's body. It was obvious that the clone of the Heavenly Lord had taken over his body. Opposite him was a handsome young man. The young man successively executed 4 types of extremely powerful divine abilities and Dharma spells, which easily destroyed the spirit clone of the Lord of Heaven. After a short moment of silence, there was an uproar. Who is this person? How can he have such a powerful magic art? To be able to kill the clone of the Heavenly Lord so easily, he must be at the 6th realm. But how can there be such a young 6th realm cultivator? This person's magic art is too terrifying. If anyone below the 6th realm encounters him, there is only death. The scene of the Heavenly Lord's clone being killed really shocked everyone. Cui Ming, who was possessed by the Heavenly Lord's clone, had strength that was infinitely close to the 6th realm. But he was killed by this person with a series of magic arts. If it were anyone else, they would also die. In the crowd, Huanji looked at Li Mu in disbelief. If he had shown the strength in the image last time, she probably wouldn't have survived until today. The Heaven Lord of Illusions looked at them and asked, Do you know who this person is? Huanji walked forward and said, Father, his name is Li Mu. He is an official of the Great Zhou. He was the one who almost captured me last time. Li Mu. The Heaven Lord of Illusions said lightly, If we let him grow, he will definitely become a huge threat to the demon sect. Pass down my order. Anyone who can kill this person will be able to obtain a treasure personally refined by me. Everyone's eyes burned with excitement when they heard this. The Heaven Lord was at the 7th realm. If he could obtain a treasure personally refined by him, it could easily increase his strength and even give him an extra life. But when they thought of how terrifying Li Mu's magic arts were, it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over their heads. Instantly, they didn't want to think about anything else. The Heaven Lord of Illusions looked at Huanji and said, That clone was destroyed. I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. I will leave the Mirage sect and Meizong sect to you for the time being. If you encounter something important, you can discuss it with the elders. Huanji bowed and said, Yes. The Heaven Lord of Illusion's body disappeared into thin air. Huanji raised her head and looked at everyone. She said, Send a message to all the sections. Whoever can capture Li Mu will be heavily rewarded by the Heaven Lord. That's right. Tell them that I only want him alive, not dead. Everyone nodded and left. Chapter 322. Just as Li Mu had guessed, the Empress was single and didn't have a nightlife. She hadn't slept yet. Actually, when Li Mu was in Chengdu, she still had a nightlife. Her nightlife was to run into Li Mu's dreams, play chess with him, and teach him how to cultivate. After Li Mu left Chengdu, she had nothing to do at night. Li Mu felt that if the Empress were to give him the Best Minister of Great Zhou award, it could only go to him. Even when he was on vacation, he didn't forget to do things for her. He saved Shangguanli and captured Cui Ming. After finishing his work, he still had to worry about the Empress's private affairs. He was worried that she would be lonely at night, so he even called her to ask about her. From his conversation with the Empress, Li Mu learned that many things had happened in Chengdu while he was away. The biggest one was Mr. May's purge of the internal guards. Other than a few demon sect spies who were found and executed, the internal guards had also undergone a major change. When the Empress had just ascended the throne, she had nothing but the throne. The entire imperial court was controlled by the old and new parties. The establishment of the inner guards was a way for her to cultivate her own strength. However, because the inner guards were established in a hurry, the quality of the inner guards was uneven. In the past few years after the Empress's position was stabilized, these problems were gradually exposed. However, there weren't many internal guards to begin with. After the purge, they were obviously understaffed. After being warned by the demon sect spies, Mr. Mei and Shangguan Li would rather be understaffed in the future than make up the numbers. If they were infiltrated by someone with ulterior motives, it would cause even more trouble in the future. This time, if Li Mu hadn't coincidentally returned to Beijun, Shangguan Li's team would have been wiped out, and even more powerful cultivators from the court would have been killed. After talking about Shendu, the Empress suddenly asked, "Did you teach anyone else the chant you taught me last time?" Li Mu didn't know why all the women would care about this question. They weren't Lin Daiyu and the chant wasn't a thing. Why couldn't the chant be taught to them? In the end, Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." The Empress was silent for a moment, then asked, "Who else?" Li Mu said honestly, "Other than your Majesty, there is also my fiancée, a little girl by her side, Xiao Bai, and a friend of mine." The Empress was silent for a while before asking, "Is that friend of yours a man or a woman? Can he be trusted?" Li Mu nodded and said, "She is a woman and one of the people this subject trusts the most. She is also the first person other than this subject to know this chant." The Empress reminded him, "Recently, I have discovered that this mnemonic chant is not as simple as it seems. It is best that you do not spread it out so easily." This was something Li Mu had told Li Qing when he taught the Clear Heart chant to her. Although the Clear Heart chant didn't have any attack power, in Li Mu's mind, it was undoubtedly the strongest support chant. If one's mind was unstable, it could be used to clear one's mind. If one was trapped in an illusion, it could be used to break the illusion. It could keep one's mind clear when one's soul was being controlled, and it could also keep one's mind clear when one was writing talismans. The former could be used to steal the sky and fake the sun, and the latter's effect was even more heaven-defying. It could increase the success rate of writing high-level fulu, and it could greatly save the time and materials needed to write talismans. In the same amount of time, the Clear Heart chant could write 10 fulu that could originally only be written once. The same materials, 9 batches, would be wasted to make 1 fulu. Now perhaps one wouldn't even need to waste a single batch. Li Mu knew better than anyone that if one had an endless supply of high-grade talismans in one's possession during a battle, then it would cause a great psychological trauma to one's opponent. It could be said that a single heart cleansing technique would allow the talisman puppet sect to become the #1 sect in the Tao sects. There were too many stakes involved in this. Thus, Li Qing reminded him that it was best not to spread this mnemonic chant. Up until now, the people that Li Mu taught were all his own people. Whether it was Lu Hanyan, Wan Wan, or Xiao Bai, Li Mu hoped that they would have more trump cards to protect themselves. To him, compared to their safety, he didn't care at all which sect was the #1 Taoist sect. Lu Hanyan was his fiancée, Wan Wan was her dowry, and Xiao Bai would be with him for the rest of his life. As for Li Qing, he had an irreplaceable position in Li Mu's heart. No matter how you looked at it, only the Empress was an outsider. Li Mu thought for a moment, then said, "This mnemonic chant was passed down to me by Master. There's no need to spread it. I'll make an exception and pass it down to Her Majesty. I hope that Her Majesty won't spread it out again." In Chengdu in Chang'an Palace, Zhou Yi's face was filled with indignation. He had passed down this mnemonic chant to so many people, and none of them were considered exceptions. Why was it that when it came to her, it was an exception? To think that she had been so good to him and rewarded him with so many things. She had even given him the precious origin pill. Whenever she encountered a good tribute, she would leave a portion for him. She had even made a life talisman for him. In the end, she was just an outsider who had made an exception? This made her feel that her sincerity had been misplaced. No more sounds came from the other side, and this made Li Mu a little vigilant. The Empress's thinking time was usually between 1 to 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, it would be an abnormal pause. What was it that caused her to pause abnormally? It was already late at night, and no one in the palace would dare to disturb her. In other words, the cause of her abnormal pause was very likely Li Mu himself. Could it be that what he had said was wrong? Li Mu's mind spun rapidly, and he immediately realized that he had made a fatal mistake. The Empress was someone who was extremely lacking in love. If he loved her, she would return it tenfold. However, If he made her feel that there was no love, the damage to her would be several times greater than that of a normal person. What he had said just now might have made her feel that she was an outsider. Li Mu's mind spun rapidly. In an instant, he thought of countless ways to apologize and explain, but they were all rejected by him in an instant. All apologies and explanations were made up after the fact. Making up after the fact would never allow a relationship to return to how it was before. Li Mu made a prompt decision and adjusted his emotions. He sighed slowly and said, "When your Majesty heard what I said just now, did you also feel that I did not treat your Majesty as one of my own? Did you feel that I had misplaced my sincerity?" Zhou Yi was clearly stunned. Li Mu's words directly pointed out her true thoughts. Her lips moved and she was about to speak, but Li Mu did not give her the chance. He sighed again and said, "I only said one sentence to your Majesty, and your Majesty already felt this way. Last time, your Majesty was so cold to me, so heartless. Compared to what I just said, your Majesty was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more hurtful. Your Majesty should now know how sad I was that time." Bringing up old scores and making false accusations. This was a move that Li Mu had learned from some women in his previous life. When he was at his wit's end, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and used it without even thinking. This move was very exquisite. In a situation where he was in the wrong, by bringing up old scores and making false accusations, he could instantly turn from passive to active. For people like Lu Hanyan and Su He, who were smart, using this move naturally meant that he did not want to die quickly enough. However, against someone like the Empress who was Xiaobai, this was simply the best weapon. As expected, after Li Mu spoke, the Empress did not mention what had just happened. Instead, her voice was somewhat flustered as she said, "What happened last time, it was my fault. Why do you still remember?" Seeing that this move was effective, Li Mu struck while the iron was hot and said, "How could I forget? That was the greatest grievance I had suffered in my life. Even now when I think about it, I still find it hard to calm down. Let's stop here for today. I will go to bed first." "Good night, Your Majesty." After saying that, Li Mu put down the conch and let out a long sigh of relief. Although he acted like an unreasonable and unruly girlfriend just now, it was better for the Empress to feel that Li Mu had been left out than for her to feel that she had been left out. After all, if he was wronged, it would be fine with a little coaxing. If the Empress was wronged, Li Mu would have to suffer a few lashes, and she might not even be able to forgive him. In Changel Palace, Zhou Yi was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She hesitated in her heart. Should she wait until Li Mu returned to Shendu, and simply erase this memory of him? On Baiyun Peak, there was no danger tonight. Li Mu slept on Lu Hanyan's bed and quickly fell asleep. In his dream, he met the Empress again. The Empress looked at him anxiously and said, "My dear concubine, this matter is really my fault. Listen to my explanation." Li Mu covered his ears and shook his head. "I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen." In the room, Li Mu suddenly jumped up from the bed. He covered his face and said with endless fear, "No." In the morning, Li Mu woke up early and walked around the peaks of Baiyun Peak to relax. Recently, he seemed to have some mental problems. This made Li Mu quite worried. He was a dignified man. How could he have such strange dreams? He thought about it carefully and quickly found the problem. Last night, he used the method of bringing up old scores and making false accusations to deal with the Empress. This was not a method that a man should use. He had positioned himself as the Empress's unruly boyfriend, so he should not complain about having such dreams at night. In the future, he could not treat the Empress like this. Any reasonable and normal person would not do such a thing. If this continued, this dream would probably never end. The scenery of Baiyun Peak was very beautiful. Li Mu walked around for a while, and the fear in his heart gradually dissipated. Unknowingly, he arrived at the main peak. At this time, it was time for the main peak's disciples to have their morning classes. Close to 100 disciples sat cross-legged in the square in front of the main peak's Dao Palace. They had their eyes closed and were meditating. Above their heads, a huge bell floated there. It slowly and rhythmically rang. Under the ethereal sound of the bell, all the distracting thoughts in the hearts of the disciples were washed away in the square. The disciples cultivated quietly. In the sky above the square, cranes danced and white clouds lingered. Everything was so harmonious. Buzz. In the next instant, the sound of the Tao bell suddenly became countless times louder. Screech. A few flying cranes let out a cry and fell straight down from the sky. Under the sound of the bell, the faces of the Fulu school disciples in the square flushed red. The magic power in their bodies surged. Those with lower cultivation levels fainted directly. In front of the square, Limu stared blankly at the Tao bell. He immediately said, "Sorry, I've come to the wrong place. I'll leave now, I'll leave now." Suddenly, he sensed something and opened his eyes to look ahead. Outside the window, a shadow flashed past. Limu flew off the bed and came to the courtyard. However, he did not see anything. He pretended to return to his room. However, he suddenly turned around and looked up at the sky. A corner of the Tao bell appeared in the clouds above his head. However, it quickly shrank back. Limu was shocked. Did the Tao bell finally understand that he was no match for him? Was it here to seek revenge? However, it did not seem like it. Limu only glanced at it, and it hid in the clouds. If it was here to seek revenge, it would not be so cowardly. Limu turned and walked back to his room. However, he secretly stuck a paper figurine on the door. After he entered the room, he silently observed from the paper figurine's perspective. In the clouds, the Tao bell's shadow appeared again. It first carefully lowered its height. When it saw that Limu did not come out, it quickly flew to where Limu was standing and slowly rotated. Limu looked at it strangely. He did not know what the Tao bell was up to. He carefully observed the Tao bell through the paper figurine. The Tao bell was about 10 feet tall. Its body was so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. Limu had not looked at it carefully before. Now that he looked at it closely, he realized that there were complicated runes on the Tao bell. These runes were simple and ancient, but they were also quite beautiful. However, there was a deep crack on the Tao bell. While it destroyed a few of the runes, it also destroyed some of the Tao bell's beauty. The culprit behind this crack was Limu. Limu was actually quite aggrieved about this matter. He had only recited a few incantations. Reciting incantations was not against the law. The Tao bell seemed to have a function. It was to magnify the changes in the power of heaven and earth caused by new magical powers and Tao techniques. When Limu cast a spell in Yangqiu County, the changes in the power of heaven and earth were not felt by the powerhouses of Mount Baiyun. However, the Tao bell could magnify the fluctuations. Limu could imagine what it would be like when it tried to magnify the power of heaven and earth caused by the Tao Te Ching. Even someone as reckless as Limu would not dare to recite it casually unless it was a matter of life and death. He wished that its power would be weakened by 10 times or even 100 times. This Tao bell actually wanted to magnify it. It was simply seeking death more than Limu himself. However, even though Dao Zhong was courting death, Limu still couldn't shirk his responsibility in this matter. He carefully observed the Tao bell's rotation on the spot. He was gradually surprised to find that as it rotated, the edge of the crack on the Tao bell emitted an extremely weak golden light. Limu was stunned. Could this Tao bell be repairing itself? But why did it come here to repair itself? Since there were already ready-made spells in this world, Limu didn't need to spend a lot of time and energy trying out the corresponding hand seals. He only felt a little regretful now. If he had known that this day would come, he would have read all the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures. Perhaps he would have more trump cards now. Limu put these thoughts away. When he was in Yangqiu County, he had spent a lot of time trying out the incantations that he remembered. At that time, he had only condensed one spirit of cultivation. Many times, when he felt that using those Dharma spells would backfire on him, he would immediately stop. Now that his cultivation had reached the level of divine ability, It was naturally no problem for him to use those Dharma spells of the past. Li Mu's left hand formed the thunder seal and said silently, "Flying hellfire, divine thunder. Up and down Tai Chi, the 4 dimensions of the world. Overturning the heavens and overturning the mountains, boiling the seas and destroying the mountains. The 6th dragon drum vibrates and orders the pursuit. Urgent as the Dharma commands." As his voice fell, a white thunderbolt descended from the sky. Li Mu waved his hand and dispersed it. The Tao bell, which had already turned into the size of Li Mu's palm, let out a crisp sound. It spun around Li Mu. Golden spots of light began to appear on the cracks on the bell. Seeing that this method was indeed effective, Li Mu's hand seal changed into the green spirit seal. He silently chanted the snow prayer incantation, "Flying hellfire, East Spirit. Superior immortal master, auspicious light condenses. Astral wind scissors water, change jade flower. Majestic righteousness, heaven and earth cleanse. True king perfunctory, divine transformation jade sutra. Urgent as the Dharma commands." Not long after the incantation was finished, snowflakes fluttered in the air and fell from the sky. The Tao bell flew up and down in the snow. It was as lively as a dog. Li Mu stretched out his hand. A snowflake landed on his hand and slowly melted. In the past, he had thought that only spells that used insignificant cultivation to stir up the power of heaven and earth could be called Taoist spells. Later on, he gradually realized that spells that were classified as supernatural powers, such as summoning wind and summoning rain and praying snow, could also be called Taoist spells. The essence of Taoist spells was to use one's own Dharma powers to trigger changes in heaven and earth. The reason why they were not classified as Taoist spells was because cultivators were used to thinking that Taoist spells were bound to be powerful. These spells were not worthy of being called Taoist spells. However, to Li Mu, although these spells were not very powerful, they could still be of great use when gathered together. However, Li Mu did not intend to hand over all his stock today. He stroked the Tao bell and said, "Let's call it a day. We'll come back tomorrow." The Tao bell circled around Li Mu a few times. It seemed to be reluctant to part with him. After a long time, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared in the direction of the main peak. Wan and Xiaobai had run off somewhere. Li Mu returned to his room. He was bored to death. He took out the spirit snail and inserted a strand of Dharma powers. From last night until now, Zhou Yi's heart had been restless. She thought countless times about whether what she did to Li Mu in the past was too much. If he was angry, what would she do if he stayed in the North County and did not return to the divine capital? Should she sincerely apologize to him? She did not sleep the whole night. She kept thinking about this problem, until Li Mu's voice came from the spirit snail. He seemed to have forgotten about last night's unhappiness, and did not mention it again. Only then did Zhou Yi relax. At the same time, she was also gratified. Although he was sometimes petty and willful, he was still very reasonable most of the time. Today, when he was chatting with the Empress, Li Mu did not dare to be unreasonable. He had thought about it thoroughly today. The Empress was so innocent. It was too inhumane to use such tricks on such an innocent girl. Of course, he was also worried that he would have nightmares again at night. Li Mu did not mention what happened last night. He only mentioned the Tao bell to the Empress. Tao bell? After hearing this, Zhou Yi said, "I've only heard that it is the spiritual treasure of the Fulu school. I've never seen it before." Fulu school was one of the 6 Taoist sects. Li Mu originally thought that the spiritual treasure of such a sect would be very impressive. He did not expect such a cowardly bell to be the spiritual treasure of a sect. In Li Mu's eyes, it seemed to have no other use other than being a Taoist detector. Zhou Yi continued, "According to historical records, the ancestral court of Fulu school has encountered many crises in the history of the school. They were all resolved by this bell." Li Mu was stunned. He said in disbelief, "This bell is so powerful." Zhou Yi said, "This bell is not ordinary. Its sound can not only purify one's Taoist heart, but it can also be used to shock enemies. The bell can be big or small. When it is small, it is like sand. When it is big, it is like a mountain. It is also the strongest defensive treasure known to the cultivation world. Hundreds of years ago, when the ancestral court of Fulu School was besieged by the demon sect. It was the Dao Bell that covered Mount Baiyun. The demon sect's several transcendents and more than 10 Dongxian experts were unable to break through. Li Mu was extremely suspicious. Was the Dao Bell that ran away when it saw him, and the Dao Bell that the Empress was talking about, the same? If the Dao Bell was really so powerful, how could it be cracked because of the Dao De Ching? Li Mu quickly realized that this might not be the Dao Bell's fault. It dared to infinitely amplify the power of heaven and earth activated by the Dao De Ching. The fact that the Dao Bell had only cracked a small crack was enough to show its strength. If that was the case, if he obtained the Dao Bell and couldn't defeat his opponent head-on, all he had to do was shrink into the bell, and he would be in an invincible position. This was the direction that a qualified cultivator should strive to cultivate in. He didn't expect the cowardly bell to be so powerful. When he thought about hiding in the Dao Bell and fighting, Li Mu's heart immediately burned with passion. He couldn't help but look forward to the next day. After chatting with the Empress for a while, Li Mu put away the conch and sorted out the spells in his mind that he hadn't used yet. The next morning, Li Mu woke up early and went to the courtyard. At the same time, on the main peak, nearly 100 disciples of the Flu school had also started their daily morning classes. For cultivators, cultivating the heart was extremely important. Once the heart of cultivation wasn't firm or unstable, one's cultivation would stagnate and regress. In serious cases, one would suffer from qi deviation or even death. Thus, the disciples of the 7 branches would take turns every 7 days to ascend the main peak and listen to the sound of the Dao Bell. The Dao Bell was the treasure of the Flu school. It emitted a certain sound that could cleanse a cultivator's heart and reduce the possibility of inner demons breeding. A group of disciples sat cross-legged in the square in front of the Dao Palace on the main peak. They closed their eyes and focused, preparing to be cleansed by the Dao Bell. However, they sat for a long time and didn't hear the sound of the bell. Finally, someone couldn't help but look up. He realized that there were only a few white clouds above his head. There was no sign of the Dao Bell. He was stunned. Where's the bell? White Cloud Peak. Li Mu withdrew his hand and looked at the Dao Bell that was flying toward him. A fervent smile appeared on his face. If the Empress hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have realized that the Dao Bell was a treasure. If he could trick it into his hands. Thinking of this, Li Mu's smile widened. The Dao Bell that was flying toward him suddenly stopped. Then, as if it had been frightened, it quickly retreated and hid in the clouds. Li Mu was stunned. Could it be that his smile was too perverted and scared the cowardly bell? He coughed softly and tried his best to make his smile normal. He waved his hand at the cloud and said, "Come down. I just cast a new spell for you." The Dao Bell peeked out a corner of the cloud and quickly retreated. Li Mu thought to himself that he had been careless. Given the Dao Bell's personality, if he scared it this time, it probably wouldn't be so easy to get close to it next time. Li Mu didn't say anything else. His hand gestures changed rapidly as he silently chanted a spell. Jade Purity's signal, descend the lightning. 3 departments and 6 residences, left and right spirit lords. Crystal of the sun, flowing light of the moon. Sweep away the evil and destroy all disasters. The celestial emperor receives the wind and commands the sky. In thy name in my palm. Grasp the heaven and earth, protect me. After casting several new spells in succession, a buzzing sound finally came from the clouds. The Dao Bell flew out of the clouds and cheerfully flew toward Li Mu. Chapter 325. Baiyun Mountain Main Peak Plaza. The morning class had already begun, but the Dao Bell did not ring. A few elders walked out of the Dao Palace and looked at the chaotic disciples in the plaza. They asked, "What's going on?" A disciple said in fear, "Elder, the Dao Bell ran away." The elder's expression changed. What? The Dao Bell was an important treasure of Baiyun Mountain. For thousands of years, it had saved the ancestral court from danger several times. Fulu School had always treated it like an ancestor. If anything happened to the Dao Bell, the entire Baiyun Mountain would experience an earthquake. The elders asked in unison, "Where did the Tao bell go?" A disciple pointed in a certain direction and said, "I saw the Tao bell go that way just now." The elders flew up at the same time and flew in the direction that the disciple pointed. When they passed by Baiyun Mountain, they suddenly heard a crisp and cheerful bell ring from below. They immediately stopped. Hearing the Tao bell ring again, everyone was relieved. They flew down Baiyun Mountain to investigate. The Tao bell flew away from the main peak during the morning class. This had never happened in decades. They floated in the air and saw a young man standing in the courtyard of the small building on Baiyun Mountain. The Tao bell had shrunk to the size of a palm and was flying around him. It looked extremely cheerful. When they saw the young man's appearance, everyone was stunned. Yesterday, the Tao bell was so scared that it hid in the clouds and did not dare to come out. Why did it become like this today? They had been on Baiyun Mountain for decades, but they had never seen the Tao bell so close to anyone. The thoughts of a spiritual treasure were truly difficult to guess. However, it was fine as long as the Tao bell was still in Fulu school. An elder looked down and said, "Senior Tao bell, the disciples on the main peak are still waiting for you." Limu looked at the Tao bell and said, "That's all for today. I'll continue to help you another day." The Tao bell reluctantly flew around Limu a few times. Then, it drew an arc in the air and flew towards the main peak. Several elders nodded to Limu in the sky, then left with doubtful looks on their faces. The Tao bell held an extraordinary significance to Fulu school. Anything related to the Tao bell was no small matter. After the morning class, in the Tao Palace on the main peak, several elders immediately reported this matter to the headmaster. Dao Zhong left the morning class for no reason. This has never happened in the past few decades. There must be something fishy going on. Yesterday, it was very afraid of fellow Taoist Li, but today, it has become so close. There must be a reason. This is an important matter. Sect leader, you must pay attention to it. On the main seat, the white-haired old man pinched his fingers and calculated. The transcendence of the 6 Taoist sects, the 4 Buddhist sects, the 10 demonic path sects, the deans of the Great Zhou's 4 great academies, and even the empress of the Great Zhou. These were the strongest people known on the continent. But they were far from being outstanding. They were able to advance to the transcendence realm by relying on the legacies of their sects, academies, and the imperial court. They relied on the influence of their predecessors, and did not rely on themselves. The imperial family had the emperor's qi. The academies and the various sects also had their own legacies. Strictly speaking, they could not be considered true transcendents. A true transcendence expert was someone who transcended the rules and traditions. They created their own Taoist techniques, and were able to embark on their own path of cultivation. Limu was clearly not such a genius. If he could create a Taoist technique of this level, a great phenomenon would descend on Mount Baiyun. At that time, everyone would be able to sense it. Even so, the fact that he was able to innovate within the traditional framework was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. At least, no one in the Fulu school could do it. In the current cultivation world, perhaps only some of Xuanzong's seniors had such abilities. The Fulu school was dedicated to researching Fulu. Xuanzong was passionate about researching Taoist techniques. For thousands of years, Xuanzong had made many improvements to the existing Taoist techniques. For example, they shortened the incantations, simplified the hand seals, sped up the casting time, increased the power of the Taoist techniques, and so on. Limu had done these. Of course, his Taoist techniques, incantations, and hand seals might not be shorter or fewer, but they were still considered new Taoist techniques. He used this method to obtain the origin power of heaven and earth to help repair the Tao bell. Elder Su praised. Even so, it's very rare for him to have such an understanding of Taoist techniques at such a young age. Another Taoist priest said, if Senior Miao Dun of Xuanzong knew about this, she would probably regret it very much. Last time, she invited fellow Taoist Li to join Xuanzong. After being rejected, she did not insist. If fellow Taoist Li joins Xuanzong, he will definitely become a prodigy of Xuanzong in the future. The Fulu school's headmaster's eyes lit up. He said, I'm afraid that in the future, a true transcendence expert will appear in Great Zhou. The sect master's words caused the elders to be extremely astonished. Everyone knew very well what a true transcendence expert meant. It had been too many years since a true transcendence expert appeared in the cultivation world. A powerhouse who relied on his own strength to step into the upper realm without relying on an inheritance was far stronger than an ordinary transcendence expert. They did not expect the headmaster to have such a high evaluation of him. At first, they felt that it was too much. Thinking about it carefully, when others cursed the heavens, there was a certain possibility of being struck by lightning. The scene of him cursing the heavens was earth-shattering. Even the Tao bell cracked because of it. Although his cultivation was not high, in terms of understanding of the heavenly Tao, there were probably not many people who could compare to him. Elder Su thought for a moment and said, "If such a person can stay in our Fulu school, it's very likely that he will become a pillar of the ancestral court in the future." Another elder sighed and said, "It's too late. Half a year ago, it was still possible. Now he's already one of the Empress people. If we keep him in the Fulu school, even if he's willing, the Empress won't be willing. Moreover, he has refused to join the sect twice. This time he probably won't agree." Elder Su thought of something and said with a smile, "It's fine. With junior sister Lu here, he's already half a member of the Fulu school. As long as we treat him well, he'll always treat our Fulu school differently. In addition, he's a favored official of the Empress. Perhaps he can further deepen our relationship with the imperial court." After the Tao bell left, Li Mu waited on Baiyun Peak. According to his guess, the main peak would send someone over soon. The Tao bell was the most important treasure of the Fulu school. They would definitely not let Li Mu seduce it. They would definitely come to ask about it. In this short period of time, Li Mu had even prepared an excuse. If they asked, he would say that these spells were all inherited from his master. Although they might not believe him, they would not search his soul to confirm it. Not to mention that searching his soul was useless. Even if the Fulu school was one of the 6 great Taoist sects, they would not dare to treat him this way. Now he did not represent himself alone. Behind him stood the Empress and the imperial court. In the Great Zhou, the most powerful force was not the demonic path, nor the 6 schools and 4 great sects. It was the imperial court. Sure enough, as Li Mu expected, after only an hour, someone landed on Baiyun Peak. Li Mu opened the courtyard door and saw an elder standing outside. Li Mu knew that this person's surname was Su. He was an elder of the main peak. Elder Su smiled and asked, "Lord Li, are you used to living here?" Li Mu nodded and said, "The scenery here is pleasant and quiet. It is a good place for cultivation." Elder Su smiled and said, "That's good. If Lord Li has any requests, you can tell me. I will arrange it for you as soon as possible." The talisman puppet sect elder's attitude towards him seemed to be better than before. A trace of suspicion surfaced in Li Mu's heart as he asked, "Elder Su, is there anything important that you're here for?" This was not boring, and it was also faster than cultivating in seclusion. This could also be considered a shortcut to cultivation, but very few cultivators chose to do so. This time, Li Mu hadn't seen Hanja before coming to Mount Baiyun. This place was not far from the 5th peak. Li Mu flew to the 5th peak and asked the disciple guarding the peak to report. Soon Hanja came with the wind. Before he arrived, his voice came first. He said to Li Mu from afar, "I heard that you came to Ancestral Court. I was worried that I would disturb you and Lu, Martial Uncle Lu, so I didn't look for you." Li Mu said, "After I came to Mount Baiyun, Hanyan has been in seclusion." Hanja looked at him and said, "Then why didn't you come and drink with me?" Li Mu smiled and said, "Let's go to Mount Baiyun for a drink." When Lu Hanyan was here, the difference in status between the two made Hanja embarrassed to appear in front of her. After all, although she was Li Mu's woman, she was also his martial uncle. Hearing that Lu Hanyan was not here, Hanja said straightforwardly, "Let's go." "Wait for me, wait for me." A figure flew from behind. Junior sister Chin landed beside the two and said, "Bring me along." Hanja looked at her and asked, "Why didn't you cultivate properly? What are you doing here?" Junior sister Chin glanced at him and said, "I want to go too." Hanja shook his head and said, "I'm going to drink with my friends. Why are you joining in the fun?" Junior sister Chin said unhappily, "Are you the only one who is Big Brother Lee's friend? I'm also his friend. We've already met 3 times. Big Brother Lee, don't you think I'm your friend?" Looking at Junior sister Chin's somewhat pleading eyes, Limu nodded and said, "Yes. Since Junior sister Chin wants to go, let's go together." Hanja did not stop her. He just sighed and said, "If you slack off like this, when can you reach the spirit realm? Senior brother Chin asked me to take care of you. Fortunately, you're a girl." Junior sister Chin was stunned for a moment. Then she asked with a red face, "What's wrong with being a girl?" Hanja looked at her and said, "You're so disobedient. If you weren't a girl, I would have already beaten you." Junior sister Chin's face turned from red to white and then to green. She turned her head away in a fit of pique. Limu shook his head and said, "Let's go." On Baiyun Peak. In the small building on the peak, Wanwan and Xiaobai were busy preparing dishes in the kitchen. Junior sister Chin was observing and learning from the side. Limu and Hanja sat at the stone table in the courtyard. Hanja asked, "How have you been in Chengdu recently?" Limu said, "Not bad." Hanja said, "I heard that the officials and nobles in Chengdu are different from the disciples and elders of our sect. They're very shrewd and scheming against each other. If you're not careful, you'll die without a burial place. You have to be careful there." Limu said, "It's okay." The Fulu school has never forced non-core disciples to stay or leave. I originally wanted to ask junior sister Lee why she left, but by the time I found out about this, she had already left the sect. That you're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.